It's good morning and thank you for joining us live at the third edition of the rapidly growing Riyadh Marathon for 2024 here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in just its third year of being a full marathon event with the support of the Saudi Sport for All Federation and Ministry for Sport. It is going from strength to strength. 2022 saw 10,000 runners, 2023 saw 15,000 runners, and now eagerly anticipating even more. This year's Festival of Sport and Physical Activity, and it's not just about the marathon. The highly established half marathon distance will be ever competitive, as will the 10 kilometers, and always love seeing the families and people taking part in their first ever physical activity event over the 4-kilometer distance. There is something for everyone, and really showcasing the importance of physical activity to the whole population. You can see there the weather on the screen. It is around about 14 degrees. It is 6:10 at the moment, or 6:11 I should say. So anticipating around about 15-kilometer winds. Maybe they will pick up at certain points on the course, but pretty good marathon and half marathon conditions anticipated. Remember, we're a couple of hours ahead of Central European time, and we can't wait for the action to get underway with those elite marathon runners due off around about 8:25, unless there is maybe a slight delay. Obviously, the infrastructure that goes in to these major city marathons, and obviously the road closure and the infrastructure, and just making sure that everybody is safe. And then anticipated after that is around about 5 minutes before the masses are set on their way. A couple of hours later, that will see the start of the elite half marathon runners, and then the half marathon mass race will follow again 5 minutes after. But beautiful aerial shots there. You can see this is some of the sounds and the sights that the elites and the masses are going to be out on this 2-lap course for the marathon, 1 lap for the half marathon runners. And just the final preparation. So many people behind the scenes that have been here, not just this morning, but that have been involved in almost the 12 months project that is the Riyadh Marathon. Because the moment the last runner goes across the line, it's about the planning and preparation for next year, and always trying to make it bigger and better. Just remember, really important, the World Athletics Elite Label event. That is the stamp of real quality and assurance that the elite runners that have travelled far and wide to be here, that are going to be well looked after, and the pacemakers, the prize pot, and the course itself is set out for fast running as well. But as I said earlier, with the 4K and the 10K, it's been much about getting people active, and the festival down in the new area, beautiful new area, which is the newly constructed Kingdom Arena. The Marathon Village set out for the last couple of days. It's had music, it's had a festival type feeling, that all of the participants over the different distances have been down there soaking it up, and they can't wait to get onto their various start lines as this morning progresses. But as we said, no stone is going to be unturned, and everything's going to be make sure that the final checks and the final infrastructures are all in place, ready for the eagerly anticipated start of the Riyadh Marathon 2024. I'm delighted to be here to take you through what is going to be a fast action of racing. My name's James Thee, and we're looking for those course records to be threatened. The Gimachu's course record from 2022 in the men's of 2:06.27, and Alamu Mazeret's record set last year in the women's 2:24.29 are the marks that are under threat. And then as we go into the later program for the half marathons, we're looking to get towards that 68.56. Daisy Chirocic and Bernard Kameli. What a fun race it was last year. Just 1 second separating them as they crossed the line in that half marathon. 62.35 was that time 12 months ago. So we've got some fast runners, we've got depth in the field, and we'll introduce you to those runners as we get more towards the start of those elite races. But there'll be last-minute preparations for the masses now, and the elites. The elites will be doing their last-minute drills and their last-minute warm-ups, and making sure their kit and shoes is ready to get them to that start line. But the masses as well, many of them going over the full marathon distance for the first time. So I'm sure many of you runners out there that have done similar, it's always a bit nervy going into the unknown. The training that's gone in, you don't tend to go over the marathon distance in training, so it's that unknown of stepping into a distance where you hope your training's going to take you around the course. You hope you're going to be hydrated and fueled enough, and that's something that we're definitely going to see in the elite races, the importance of the drinks and the water stations en route. Approximately 2 kilometers, 2.5 kilometers for each of the stations. And we know with the rapidly progressing fast times in world marathon running that refueling and staying hydrated, not just with water, but with the right amount of carbohydrates and fuel to get those times. And we are seeing so many quick times for men in the low 2 hours. Kelvin Kipton, what a run back in October in Chicago, breaking that world record. 2 hours and 35 seconds for the young Kelvin Kipton. And the women's world record set just a week or so before that in Berlin. Tiza Sefer, what a run, 2:11:53. So that's taking the world record for the women's onto a whole new level. But just this month alone, the number of marathons and those looking to maybe book and try and qualify for those Olympic Games in Paris in July. So their last few opportunities whilst national governing bodies look to select those teams, and given those quality races before the Christmas break, we had obviously the Valencia Marathon that just really highlighted the sheer depth of marathon running. The world record holder over 5,000 meters and 10,000 meters, Joshua Cheptegei, 2:08 for inside 40th place. So just a little look at the village, so you can see the Kingdom Arena, newly constructed, newly finished, and there's something for everyone. So that was a really good demonstration of the family fun that's been going on in the Marathon Village over the last couple of days, and you can see it's fantastically lit this morning as the elites, you can see them just making their last-minute preparations, and that fun for the families. You can see them enjoying and mingling, and also the key sponsors of the event, absolutely vital. That they get a chance to interact and engage with the masses that are going to be out on the streets today. But it is the elites that you can see some last-minute preparations. There will be some nerves there. The historics of marathon running, you just don't get the opportunity to run too many quality marathons in a year. So this is almost doing sometimes a year's work over a couple of hours running, and it could well pay the bills and make sure that they can stay as an elite runner for the next 12 months. So that last-minute preparation, you can see them running with their water bottles as well, making sure that they do stay hydrated. And you can see the array of super shoes that have helped to elevate the times over the last few years. So those carbon and foam shoes that have definitely helped the ability to train with more volume, but also race even more to a faster standard. So you can see there that for our marathon runners, it is 2 laps of this fast course, and the half marathon runners just 1 lap coming up later on. So it is about pacing it, as I've said already. Those drink stations, those hydration stops every 2.5 kilometers. So they'll be making sure that those bottles that were given to the organisers last night, they're put out ready for them to collect en route. And those wondering what the elites do for warm-up. So it's not too much. Obviously, it's not the equivalent of warming up for a track race, where it'll be very dynamic. It's very much about just a controlled warm-up. They will get out and just do a few kilometers, a few light kilometers, just a few kind of dynamic drills, and then they will be getting onto that start line. They know 42.2 kilometers, 26.2 miles. There is plenty of time to get into their running, and they almost don't want to be too dynamic, too fast in those opening kilometers. Important job for the paces as well. So the lights of Timon Chariot Career and Ajo Daddy, that they're going to be looking after the men's and women's, and there'll be a few other pacers alongside them as well. So we know pacers have a key role in settling down those opening kilometers. If we're going to get course record for the men, we're looking at around about 3 minutes per kilometer. And for the women, if we're going to get inside or around about that 2:24 mark again, it's around about the 3:25 per kilometer. So again, any of you that have been out on the streets yourself running and know how fast that pace is for just 1 kilometer, to put it together for 42.2 just shows the sheer class and quality. And also the quality of the course, that 2:06.27, Gamachu's course record. Not too many marathons kick off in their first ever year. And inaugural Riyadh Marathon starting with that 2:06 clock in. So that really did put it on the map, which is almost why it was accelerated with the support to that World Athletics Elite Label event status. And again, managers, athletes, coaches, it's on their radar now for this February date, that they know they're going to get consistent weather, they're going to get consistent quality pacemaking, and also very strong fields as well. And we've got athletes, especially in the women's side, we've got around about 4 or 5 athletes that have run inside that course record. So start lists are coming up on the screen very shortly. There you go. So start list for the elite men. You can see Abror Mezuganu at the top of the page there, 2:06 best from a previous Dubai visit. You can see Nagano as well on the screen. It's a quality field. It's Kenya versus Ethiopia. And a few debutants on that list as well. Look out for Charlotte Bayo, and it's Colin Chabet Rono. So could well be looking to make an impressive set of debuts, as well as a few athletes that have got some good wins on the circuit as well, and some podium positions in the vast marathon portfolio that is 12 months of the year now. And again, we're looking for someone maybe to put their mark on this race today, and they could well obviously elevate themselves to an even higher status. So there's Marla there, one of our elite women racers that are going to be looking to get towards that 2:24.29 record. And that's Badri Harper there, the 3rd place finish from Frankfurt in 2018. So a former world under-18 champion in the 1500 metres. So great to see always junior athletes coming through to the senior ranks. And look at Riyadh Stein, the South African, so who's shone in the Comrades Marathon as well. That's a very popular ultra-distance race in South Africa. Personal best before Christmas in Valencia. That could see her on that Olympic team again. But it's a very, very strong women's race and very strong women's field that we expect to be highly competitive, and again very much Ethiopia dominant, with some very, very talented Kenyans in there as well. So again, the pacemakers, they'll be looking to get them inside that 72-minute through halfway, and then let the racing begin. You can hear the music in the background, various bands out on course, especially down here at the start-finish area. So it will build and build as the anticipation over the next couple of hours. And the races, or the runners themselves, almost want to keep those nerves slightly under wraps. It's a nervy last few minutes here. They just want to get out and running. They've tapered for the marathon. That means they've done a little less training over the last couple of weeks, so often that can make you feel slightly worse. So that 160 to 200 kilometers that they will be putting in routinely in their hardest training block has been probably cut in half the last couple of weeks, and they'll be anticipating getting onto the start line. They would have visualized it, and they'll be just waiting and wanting to get this race underway. So we've got athletes that have won in the likes of Torino. We've got athletes that have been high on the podiums in Paris, Tokyo, and it's going to be fascinating to see those that translate some of their early season form. So those that are still trying to recover sometimes from December marathons as well. So some went well, some didn't quite go well, and it's about trying to maybe come back from another training block and see whether their legs have recovered. So we are just a few minutes away from the start of the Riyadh Marathon 2024. This new start area, the new sporting venue, the Kingdom Arena. They will head down on Imran Saud bin Fazal Road, which is so many fast straights here. When you look at the course map, it really does offer some quality running. Very few major turns on the course. That was one thing the organisers were always very conscious of, is minimalising that kind of switchback or slowing down out on the course. Given the nature of most city races, it's almost impossible not to have some of those out on the course, but where possible, they try and limit those, so it maximises the speed out on the course, and also runners can make sure they maintain their pace for as long as possible. So last minute checks going on here. You can see one of the lead cars being prepped, ready for the start of the race. The runners still enjoy following the lead cars with the clocks on top. They will have their own watches as well. But, the spectators know when the elites are coming through, and they do see those vehicles as well. So, and it's an introduction from the organising committee here to our elite runners, and they're making sure the timing team are all set, and then they'll be on their way. You can see some nervous smiles, you can see some nervous looks and nervous glances across that start line. The pacers you can see there with the pace on their bibs in front of them. They know what their job is, and for many of them, they're absolutely quality runners themselves, being that they've got to be at the front of this pace for as long as possible. Paces that go anything over or towards that 25-kilometer mark is what most marathons and most athletes in those start lines will be wanting, so that they can shelter and control the pace in those early stages for those quality athletes behind.
2024, a celebration of strength and endurance and the spirit of tremor. We've got an incredible 20,000 runners geared up and ready to embark on this sporting journey. It's an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you here turning Riyadh into a vibrant scene of excitement. As we stand on the edge of the thrilling journey, whether it's the challenge of 42 kilometers, the half a marathon at 21 kilometers, the spirited 10 kilometers, or the fun family run 4 kilometers, each step you take will be testament to your dedication, and by the end of it, you will stand tall as proud finishers.
And there's some wise words there, the spirit of the event, and anticipating 20,000 runners across the marathon, half marathon, 10K and 4-kilometer fun run. And can't underestimate the impact that the elites have in being such positive role models and really showcasing the event on a world level as well. And that's an important part of getting the race out to a wider audience and showcasing the sponsors as well. It's over 120 nations taking part across the events, and the fact it is up in just its third year to 20,000 participants, and is a phenomenal growth in just 3 years, and I don't see that slowing down anytime soon. So there's a real thirst for sport out here, a thirst for physical activity and well-being and wellness. And this, not just today, it's the few days prior to this that really sets the scene with that festival atmosphere in the Kingdom Arena. So we had some great shots from earlier, the different activities that the families were taking part in. And there'll be milling around there today, a little bit more nervous than the last couple of days. Even those taking part in the 4K, there'll be a few nerves in the 4K as well, as it is last-minute preparations, the last-minute checks out on the course, and the last-minute introductions for our elite runners. And here, Al-Ghuruz there, the Moroccan, who's just kneeling down, just going through those last-minute preparations. Everyone's slightly different. You can see those jogging up and down on the spot. You can see those that are just standing still. It's a very personal thing, the final moments before the start of a race. There's no one way of preparing mentally, even though some of these will be training partners and know each other very, very well. They'll be going through their own last-minute mental preparations. And it is very much a psychological game, the marathon. We will see it in the later stages. It almost becomes like a game of poker, where it's about holding your cards close to your chest and not making any rash decisions. Almost when you're feeling good in a marathon, that's when you hold back and you don't push on too soon, too fast, because the marathon is unforgiving when it does go wrong. So it's just last-minute preparations here, and as I said, they would just want to get underway now. They want to get that opening kilometre done. They want to have a look at that first 5-kilometre split. And I think we're looking for around about the 17-minute for women, around about the 15-minute for men, if we're going to be getting towards the course records. And we're just getting an update. It's around about 5 minutes away from the start, so maybe just slightly under that.
We have 31 professional athletes.
So you can hear over on the tannoy, it's 31 professional athletes in this elite marathon.
Starting with
and being introduced to the crowd. And they're be looking to get those personal best. The fastest in the women's, Batura Harper Badain, so her 2:21.32 from Frankfurt back in 2018, and said a former world under-18 champion over 1500 meters, so a podium finish in Tokyo in 2019. But in October in Beijing, wasn't quite the performance she was looking for, 18th there, so she'll be looking to bounce back from that. Timbuk Gide, the podium finisher from 2018 in Valencia, 2:23 when she set that, and again, form in 2023 isn't quite as fast. So fourth in Marrakesh, 2:30, and then Wuhan back in April, fourth place for 2:40. So she'll be looking for a bounce back. And then looking down, Bontu Baliki, second in Seville in 2020, 8th in Abu Dhabi in 2022, as well as a 9th place in Toronto, 2:31 last year. So just some of the runners to look out for there, as well as Cynthia Kosgei, the athlete that has had a good career, strong career. So she got a 68.29 half marathon personal best. So the 2:25 lifetime best as well. So there's some interesting runners out there, as well as next to Mulhandi, the Ethiopian that won Dublin in 2022, full fair last year. So there's a few athletes that are returning again. So a little bit of inside knowledge on the course is always beneficial. And look out for, there's the pacer on the screen. That is Timon Cheriot Korea. So 29.32 in the Nairobi 10K back in October for 6th place, but that will be at high altitude, and he's pacer today. So expect him to be around about the 63 minute for the half marathon distance. Ernest Kitrono, so he's a 2:06 man. Third podium finish in 2018 in Paris, and won Milan back in 2016, and fifth here last year, 2:12.58. So again, he's got experience on this course, and wouldn't he love to go a few places higher in 2024. Abdallah Ghanana, he's a 2:08 man at time last year, as well as 4th place in Mumbai. But he won Madrid in 2022, so he's definitely on the radar for someone that we know is going to be competitive in there. Wilfred Keegan, second in Rome. So we've got the 1 minute announcement, and you can see the masses brought up behind the elites as well. So the elites will just be delighted. They're going to be underway very shortly. The masses, and this is something very special about road running, that the masses start on the same course, running the same route as the elite runners. Not too many sports do you get to do that, and road running is definitely something that is all very relative. Everyone's going to go through the same journey, everyone's going to go through the same pain. Just for the elites, it's maybe going to last slightly less time duration-wise. But you can see them synchronizing their watches. They'll be wanting to look at their paces, for some looking at their heart rates, and just making sure those early kilometers are exactly what they're meant to be.
I hope everybody is prepared.
And now we are into the final stages of preparation before the start of the Riyadh Marathon 2024 here alongside the new sporting venue of the Kingdom Arena. And there, the race is underway. Some fireworks, and we're hoping for some fireworks in the latter stages of this elite men's and elite women's marathon fields go on their way. The World Athletics Elite Label event here in Riyadh in its just 3rd year, going over the full marathon distance, and already established as one of the quality events on the World Athletics calendar. And you can see the pacers straight to the front, and the group behind that are going to be going towards around about that 3-minute kilometre pace, which is, for those that work in miles, around about 4 minutes and 48 to 4 minutes and 50 seconds per mile. And the women, around about 3 minutes and 25 per kilometre, which is around about 5.5 minutes per mile. And again, you can see it's a very strong field, and the ability for these elite runners to make that kind of pace look so easy. They almost look like they've set out for a morning run, and it's just a training run rather than it being an elite marathon start. But it's about maintaining this pace for over 2 hours. And as I said earlier, it's about making sure they hydrate with the water stations, with the drink stations, those drinks that they prepared overnight, and they'll be put out onto the course. They've got to navigate that first lap nice and smartly, and within their energy reserves, to then maintain, or as we've seen in many marathons recently, negative split, which means the second half of the marathon is faster than the first. And often that happens where you have a few athletes racing head to head, but also the ability of those, the training that's gone in to run faster for the second half, but also the hydration, the fueling, and also with a little bit of support with their super shoes as well. The masses are on the start line, you can see, with the split screen. That's great to see as well. And you can also see the race clocks for men and women of our elites on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. So, as we said, there'll be 20,000 runners going over the multiple distances. So those going over the full marathon distance, and then the half marathon that goes off in a couple of hours. And then a little bit after that is the 10 kilometres, and then the family fun run, the 4 kilometres, that will see thousands lining the streets, and a real showcase. And that's definitely something that the Saudi Sports for All Federation, alongside the Ministry for Sport, that's what they wanted, that's what they want to bring to this event, is a wide range of fitness and wellness activities, but showcasing the importance of being physically active in the kingdom. And with our elites out there, men and women, they are doing that as on a world-class level. And then the masses as well. As I said, over 120 nations. It was 140 last year, so it could well be that on final count when the final finishers do cross the line. But again, a few nervy moments. I think they're around about a minute away from the start of the mass marathon. And there'll be some very good club runners in here as well. Many of them would have done so much of their hard training, gone up to the 30-kilometre mark in training, maybe even further than that. But most of them wouldn't have covered a full marathon distance in training. Some they'll be back for their multiple of marathons. Some will have done the 2 previous editions of the Riyadh Marathon, and they'll be looking to keep that streak going. There's always people in a few years' time that have done every single marathon that certain marathon editions have done. There's a few that have done all of the New York City marathons and all the London marathons. But it gets a little bit harder when they get into their 40th years and beyond. So I expect a few thousand will have done the first couple of editions of this event. But you can just see the elites on the left-hand side of the screen, and they will be passing the mile mark. They've gone through 1 kilometre. So beautiful pace that's being set at the front at the moment, and a lovely surface underfoot as well. So again, the organisers have gone through and made sure that the course is very well suited to our elites and our masses underfoot. And there's the start, there's the gun, and there's the fireworks. And our masses is off on their 26.2 mile journey, 42.2 kilometres. So the pace some of them start out won't be the pace they finish. And hopefully they do take advantage of those drink stops at almost every 2 kilometers. As a marathon runner myself a couple of times, it's so important to remind yourself, even if you're not feeling like taking water on board, that you must. And even though it's cooler than the conditions that are seen pretty much through the year here, it's so important in a marathon. Then when you feel dehydrated, it's much too late. You have to preempt, you have to keep your energy levels topped up, almost like a car or an electric car. You cannot run it on empty, because if you do, it literally will just stop. Your body will stop, it will shut down, you'll get cramp, and that will be the end of your marathon journey, or for some of our masses, a very long walk towards the finish on that second lap. So 2 kilometers passed in the elite men's race. And again, you can just see those relaxed styles of running. You can see wearing 2 at the back of that. That is Ernest Kitrono, one of the athletes that we favoured in there. Edwin Kiptoo at the back of that, who was setting in Buenos Aires in 2022. He's a very, very established runner. So some good performances over multiple distances. A previous podium finish in Copenhagen a few years ago, and that was actually back in May, I should say. So knows how to get on the podium, and he's also been out in the US racing a few times over there as well. So he's on the back of that group. They'll be looking to see out the early kilometres. You see number 5 on the left-hand side of that. That's Wilfred Keegan. So DNF in Istanbul before Christmas, but he's 61.56 lifetime best over the half marathon distance, and set in Taipei last year as well. So podium finisher in there, and Rome in 2023 back in March. And just a few runners just being tested in the early stages. There's just a few of them taking advantage of the water stations, and a shot of the elite women on the right-hand side of the screen. And again, you can just see that relaxed arm carriage. You can see and hear the almost the hypnotic sound of the shoes on the ground. And they'd be very used to that. Most of these athletes train in very similar groups where it's about being controlled at this type of tempo. They'll run many longer distance runs where they get towards this pace, or at least this feel, many of them based at high altitude, where often they have to run slightly slower paces, but the feel of the pace is exactly the same. And then when they drop down more to sea level, a little bit more oxygen in the air, then it makes it even easier to run. But often it's timing that drop down. And I think that's on the right hand of the screen in the orange vest. I think that's Collins Kibet Rono, one of the pacers as well. So those 2 pacers, they'll be checking their watches. They'll be talking to each other as well, which is something that they can definitely do at this type of pace. And Kjoric is the athlete, the Eindhoven 6th placer, so 5th in Lens in France this year as well. But he's had a long career. So 10 mile back in Philadelphia in 2008, and a win of the Peterborough half marathon in 2015, the 61.40 there. And those performances would have been pre-super shoes as well. So he's had a good career, Filip Kjoric. So look out for him, very experienced. You can see him in that centre of the screen in the yellow vest. Slightly shorter figure behind our 2 lead pacemakers, but again, not short on experience. He's a very, very talented runner. I think that's Dominic Omer behind him, just to his right in the blue singlet. 16th in Tokyo this year, running 2:08.13. That gets you 16th place now. Japanese based, and Berlin, he was 19th in 2:08.47. So the depth in elite marathon running on the world stage is absolutely phenomenal. And given that we believe to qualify for the Olympics now, you've got to edge, obviously automatically inside 2:08.10, but could be that it needs to be just a fraction inside 2:08 now. And rewind 4 years, that Olympic standard was 2:11.30. So we've seen a 3-minute plus shift in that time. And women's qualification 2:26 down from 2:29. So again, the marathon running scene is vastly accelerating, and we'd love to see that continue here with course records to be set. But a lot of running to go in this Riyadh Marathon 2024. If you're joining us this morning, so we are a couple of hours ahead of Central European time. It's around about 6:50 in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, here for one of the most popular of road races in just its 3rd year. And you can just see all of the runners almost in, not quite single file, but definitely there, set out and making sure that they can see clear vision of the road in front of them. You can see at the back of that group, that's Sankra Amalan, the Torino champion of 2023. The athlete that has got a quick turnaround. He's been racing fairly consistent, winning, or he was 7th, I should say, in Kunming in China. I think that was the 31st of December. That's always a fascinating one of the turnaround of marathon running. In the women's, we've got Gerda Stein, who ran so well in Valencia. That turnaround, that recovery time, it used to be that it would take months sometimes to recover from a hard marathon effort, but we are seeing athletes now that can run personal bests, and a lot of it is down to the cushioning of the shoes, but also the hydration and refueling, that it's just not taking the hit on the body that it once was when a few years ago it was minimal shoes and not the science behind the refueling that we have now. And you can see Timon Chariot Career on the left hand of the screen there in the blue and turquoise, and next to him is the other pacer, 15 on his back. That's Collins Chebet Rono with the orange singlet. So there are 2 pacers that are entrusted, that are going to make sure that the pace is consistent. And are we looking for that 15-minute split on there or thereabouts for the opening 5 kilometers? And again, those decent club runners out there, and 15 minutes, you know, is very, very respectable running. And that's just going to be the opening exchange of this Riyadh Marathon. And in the women's race, we're looking for around about the 17-minute mark. So those 3:25 kilometre splits that our elite women are going to be putting in to each kilometre. But again, we could be slightly outside that at the start. It's about, obviously, the potential pickup. And you can see in both men's and women's races, it's safety in numbers in the opening 4 kilometres or so, because we have big league groups. And that means we've got lots of runners operating at a fairly quick pace. And the longer that can continue, the better, because it really does mean that the chances of fast times will be even more chances of that happening. See at the back of that group, that's Tiz Tedesse at the back, the athlete from Venice 2023, 2:28 2:06. So a athlete that knows how to run fast and knows how to be on a podium as well. So she was second in Wuhan in April as well. Slightly different conditions, very humid, and so not expecting quality times there, but we are expecting quality times here today. And athletes on your screen, that's Gladys Jamutai, 5th in the Nairobi Marathon last year. Again, that will be altitude, and 2:30.52 is very good running. So she's at the front of the race at the moment, and not afraid to follow the pace that is being set by Dadai. As you can see, our elite athletes on the men's side. Just a little chat between the paces. Hopefully that was a chat of we're on pace. A little check of the watch. And probably career looking slightly easier than Rono on the right hand of the screen, but runners can be deceptive. They can be a little bit more tired than they are. Sugut, Silas Sagut is behind in that blue singlet there, 2:09 for 21st place. Yes, 21st place in Berlin. So hails from the Alari village. His neighbour, David Cabet, an African bronze 1500-metre champion from the 90s. So good to see that Silas inspired by his neighbour. And there's been a few very good runners from their neighbourhood. Not too many places around the world can say that their neighbour is a medalist and a major championship. So he's got some good role models, and these are going to be great role models for some of our youngsters watching them come through the streets today. So making that right-hand turn on the course. So they'll be heading down King Street, and they'll be used to training where there's not too much noise in relation to crowds in certain parts of the course, being that so many kilometres are covered in training, often even solo as well. So they're just be grateful for company around them in these early stages. But great split screens that we're having on the footage as well. As you can see, those long straights again that allow the runners to get up to speed and again relax in these early stages. 18 minutes on the race clock, so we're not far from the 4 mile point of this race. If they're covering around about the 4 minutes and 50 mark per mile. And again, another check of the watch in these early stages, and still very strong. I count around about 15 of our elite men have followed the paces, so that is pretty much the whole field. Simeon Taras is in there as well. So second in Porto back in 2014. So fourth in marathon in China back in 2018. So he's looking for a return to form. And Moroccan in there, who I mentioned on the start line. So that's Anor El Goaz, the 2:13 from Abu Dhabi back in 2019. So again, when you do look through the profile of some of these marathon runners, it's you have to race so sparingly, and even over other distances as well. You just can't over race. You have to make sure the balance of training is right, and sometimes they train for a marathon they don't even get to run in the end, and there's sometimes an injury or an illness that puts them out, so all that work can go in, they don't get to run. But the white vest with the orange shoes, just almost just playing close order with the pacemakers, that's Wilfred Keegan, and he's just making sure that no gaps grow. And you can see pretty much all of the runners are deciding to go with this pace. You see number 9 at the back of that, that is Allergan in the t-shirt. Surprising to wear a t-shirt this morning, but each to their own. And Mizagaru wearing number 1, the fastest runner in the race. So 2:11 back in August. So out in China. So his 2:6 best. Looking to get back to that form. And 5th place last year here. So Dubai was where he set his lifetime best, and looking to improve again. Quality runner. And you see the elite women 21 minutes into their race, just taking their time in these early stages. It's about being economical in the marathon, about being smart in the early stages, and not using up too much energy too soon. And right now, the large packs in the men and women, that's exactly what the organisers want to see, rather than a splintered early exchange, and want to see the consistent early kilometres. We will try and get an update on these splits as they go through that 10 kilometres in around about 8 minutes for men, and women have gone through 5 kilometres, so they can settle the pace down now. There'll be a rhythm, there'll be a few nerves that will be obviously offset now from that slight delay on the start line. You can see the athlete at the back. There's a guy who's doesn't want to get detached. That is one thing with the marathon, that it's okay being at the back of the main group, but it's almost like a kind of hidden piece of string that you just don't want to keep extending too much. And if you do get detached, it's such a long way. The best position to be sat somewhere in the middle of this group. And Abu Talahan is the athlete deciding to get onto the tail of the pacemakers. So a 4th place finisher in the All African Games back in 2019, and World Junior Cross Country 8th placer. So again, I said that with some of our female athletes. Great seeing some of these runners progress through the junior ranks, and especially from some of the shorter distances. He's got a good pedigree on the track. 7:45, 13:19 over 5 kilometres as well. That's 7:45 over 3,000 metres. And that translates nicely into a sub-60 half marathon. 10th in Barcelona in 2021, Tillahan. But he's definitely someone with number 6. You can see right in the centre of that screen, that going through the runners, he was someone that jumped out that I thought could definitely be a threat. Definitely someone that has the potential to get amongst it. And he does look very good in the early stages. And just a few runners starting to drop off. It looks like it is Allegan who has dropped off, wearing the t-shirt, wearing number 9. You can see him just in between that gap between Misagaru, the fastest man in the field. So 2 athletes have dropped off in the women's. You can see Aluta Tanui on the left hand of the screen. Chirotai, the athlete, on the right hand side in that orange singlet, and the athlete, as I said, who's probably due a faster time than a 2:30 marathon suggests. And see Molla, Rokides Molla. So she made a debut in Mumbai back in 2010, and again, I love seeing this 2:54 when she entered the journey of the marathon. And again, that might be a signal to our not the elites, the masses out there, that maybe running your first marathon, it doesn't quite go to plan. So Molla's best now 2:24, set in Amsterdam in 2019. So the athlete that shows us that keep coming back, and her personal best set 9 years after her debut, and 5 years later she's tucked in the group here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. If you are joining us this morning, So it's just gone 7:05 here in the morning in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and it's 5:05 in Central European time if you're up early before heading out on your long run or training run of the morning. So again, wherever you're joining us from around the world, welcome. So this is a fantastic event, not just the marathon today. We've got the elite and the masses going over the half marathon distance in a just under an hour and a half time or so. Also the later today 10 kilometers and 4K fun runs. Seen over 20,000 runners to the streets here in Riyadh for what is the third edition of the marathon. And the Saudi Sport for All Federation and the Ministry of Sport have delighted the start area by the newly constructed Kingdom Arena, but just the ability to showcase the newest of the sporting venues in the Kingdom, but also getting people active and again the population engaged in physical activity. And these elites are doing that. They are superb role models. The discipline, the training, the ability to run at a pace. And you can see the Run Check vest of Sugut. Run Check, what a great club, what great work they do there, and with their own race profile as well. And the athlete in that blue singlet tucked right in the centre of that lead group. So he's a talented athlete, but he'll be looking to go faster than his 2:09 lifetime best. And Telehan, who I mentioned earlier, that 10th place in Barcelona, 2:09, but he's someone that I do think can go faster, has a chance of a podium today. He knows that, and these athletes know these opportunities don't come round all the time. They have to take them when they do present themselves. And just running on the shoulder of the pacer there, Timon Korea. And you can often tell early on which athletes are feeling good. And that is Tillahan, who's got a high kind of heel flip recovery. You can almost tell he's got a bit of a trap background there. So that's a kind of technique, obviously, of running fast on the track. And we've seen so many good track runners translate to become world-class marathon runners. From Haile Gebrselassie to Kenenisa Bekele in Ethiopia. And the quality of runners that have come through and translating that into fast marathon running. As the pace being set is relentless. You can just hear the tapping of the ground. In the centre of that group, Algariz, the Moroccan athlete. His countryman winning 12 months ago, but it'd be disappointing to point out that Joab was actually subsequently banned from competition. So he'll be looking to fly a positive flag for his nation today. And he's tucked right in that group at the moment, running very well. Hein Sagat, the athlete wearing 8 in that blue vest. As over on the right hand of the split screen, see the beautiful skyscrapers in the background. There is such architect here, and a beautiful mix of some of the culture that they'll be heading round as well. So some of the different places, the beautiful kind of backdrops behind. And that's the Dira behind that. So the mud brick kind of architecture that winding kind of alleyways of cafes and shops. And you can see that just over the shoulder of our elite women. And again, you can see there's a lot of kind of hidden support in relation to making sure roads are safe and different junctions are blocked off, that no vehicles can enter the course. And don't forget, this is over 21.1 kilometres. because these runners will go over 2 laps. And you can see the pacer there wearing 17. That's our male pacer. Andra Daddy is the athlete that is the pacer. Molla is the athlete that's tucked right in there, Workinash Molla. And just behind her, below, the athlete in that black with kind of multicoloured going on around there. 2:30 in China, Enzhou Marathon, and second place there. You can see in her hand, I think that's a gel, so it's again fascinating to see what runners do in the early stages, because again, not all runners feel like they're hungry or they want to get fuel on board, but again, getting a gel on board and running it in with your hand for a few kilometers just to keep that those energy levels topped up, again, is a smart bit of running. With 31 minutes on the race clock, they'll be just a few minutes away from 2 kilometers, or 10 kilometers, I should say. So having covered 9 kilometers so far, and the men are over 10 kilometers already. So they're flying through the early stages, the early exchanges of this Riyadh Marathon 2024. See 51 at the back of that group. That is Bourdain, the fastest runner, or Harper Bourdain. So different kind of family names and names that they use for their profiles and their bibs as well. So you can see there 8 kilometers, the split time coming up on the screen. So that's 28:30 through the first 8 kilometers. And you can see nothing separating the large group of runners there. So they are operating around about that 3:25 mark. So, and it's a good start, a healthy start in this elite women's race. 64 right at the back of that group. Jezba, the Ethiopian athlete, 2:24 in Barcelona this year, 4th place. So she's in form. As you can see, a split in the men's race already. Talahan has almost edged on and almost asked the pacers to maintain the pace up front. And you can just see, I think it's behind, I think Keegan and maybe Kiberic trying to close that gap. They know that, well, the early stages, if it is going to pick up, and there you go, 24:29 through 8 kilometers. So that's around about 3:05, 3:04, I should say, per kilometer. So operating probably around about the 2:07 mark at the moment. So maybe just a fraction outside course record pace, which is maybe why Talahan has decided just to almost keep the pacers on their toes. And you can see Wilfred Keegan, who was the athlete to close it down, with Kiberic, the athlete there that has also gone with that. And the group's pretty much come back together. It looked for a second like it might splinter. And Kovic is the athlete in that luminous yellow, just behind Talahan. And our two pacers right there, as they've been from the beginning, Rono and Korea. Still for me, Korea on the left hand of the screen looking slightly better than Rono, but Rono looked very similar to that in the opening kilometres, so not too much has changed. And just a slight little uphill, slight incline on the course. You can almost see a little bit of a grimace on the runners. There are not many little inclines on this course, but any stages in any marathon, any incline, will just feel that just very subtly on the legs. Sergat at the back of that group, as is Robert Kimotai, the Guerrero. So wearing number 10. Fascinating story about him, reading up. So third in Buenaveras this year, but attacked by a dog, leading through halfway in 63 minutes and 21 seconds. And leading up, I think, almost to the 38 kilometre. And a stray dog came out on the course. You can see him wearing 10 there. And, yeah, attacked by a dog and ended up finishing third. So he's someone that, barring any dog attacks, and hopefully that tape on his leg, and it almost looks like he's maybe slightly limping. You can almost see maybe a little bit of protection of that left leg, which a little bit of tape on that left calf. So I wonder whether Nagano could be slightly struggling, but yeah, that Buenos Aires marathon, he said after that he thought he was on his way to victory. And you think about hydration, think about cramp, think about your competitors, I should say, taking swipes at you. But one thing you wouldn't have in the back of your mind is a stray dog coming out onto the course. So not anticipating any today, so he can be safely tucked in that group. And his namesake, Ernest Kiprono Lugano, the two athletes that share similar names next to each other, and is just the athlete in the run check singlet, just dropping off slightly. Wearing 8 Saguts, but that might have been just that incline, so he's got a little bit of time now just to work his way back. Wearing 13, that is Anur El Garuz. So 29.04 in Dubai over the 10K distance, exactly a year ago. Again, races sparingly, as do nearly all of the runners in here. So it's very much about maximising the races, maximising those big days. And this for them today is a big day. It's going to be so important that that hard training, the miles and those 160 to 200 plus kilometre weeks, they get a chance to show it, because it could be the difference between paying the bills for the next year or having to find a marathon in the next few months. So Pacers at the front doing a great job. That's Timon Korea, and on his left, or his left and our right, that's our second pacer, Collins Jabet Rono. And they're coming up to 39 minutes of running, so not too far from the 13 kilometre mark. So the next big one, next significant one for our runners out there, that'll be 15 kilometres. And then they're going to have half an eye then on 20 kilometres and the halfway mark. And that'll be going through, obviously, the halfway point back past the Kingdom Arena. But they've gone through King Street. They'll be heading back onto the Al Ifan Sod Fazl Road again. And they've headed up and back. So the masses obviously are out on the course, so they'll be getting some good cheers from the masses as well. Gameda there, you can see on the centre of the screen. So he looks fairly comfortable behind his countryman, Tilleman. And Tillehan there is in that blue, sky blue singlet, with the necklace bobbing up and down. I'd find that a little bit distracting, but doesn't seem to bother him. Maybe distracts him from the 3 minutes per kilometre pace that they need to set. So over to the women's race, 40 minutes and around about 3 minutes and 25 seconds. being set at the moment in this elite women's field. Moller at the front, just behind the pacemaker. And you can see the different types of running styles that the runners have. Looking very controlled at the moment in these early exchanges, and still double figures in relation to the athletes that are right there at the moment. That's exactly what you want as a elite race organizer. As I said, it's on the radar of agents and athletes and coaches now, as the elite women hit that little incline. So they'll be used to running on very similar terrain, and especially hills as well. So much of the rolling countryside in Ethiopia and Kenya is not without its undulations. And the athletes will be doing that at high altitude as well, in the middle of those hard training blocks. So this will not be an issue at all to them. So the elite men at the moment are checking their watches, and the elite women doing almost likewise as well. So just checking their pace. So it looks like the elite women operating probably around about the 2:27 mark, and there's 13 kilometers. So 39:30 coming up on the caption to your left there. So you can see that that last 5 kilometers has almost been around about that 15-minute mark. So they have definitely picked it up. And that's probably the influence of Tulahan on the back of those paces, almost instructing them to continue the good work. And you can see there the two paces, Career and Rono, that won't be there on the caption in the latter stages. So it will be in their contracts as paces that they're not allowed to finish. I think that's most races nowadays. There was a spate of pacemakers that have gone on and finished, and that has kind of now been moved over, and it's now more a done thing to do your work and then step off. So it's a fast pace being set, but again, just navigating just the few minor turns on the course, just being smart as they approach each of the drink stations as well. And they'll become more important as they go towards those that have their own individual drinks on. We've seen in marathons previously where it can be a bit of a rush sometimes when you're in a larger pack and sighting this, but it also will help them going over 2 laps as well, being that it will be exactly the same on the second laps as well, in relation to where each of their drink stations are, so they can get a nice consistency and a nice rhythm to their running. And again, in training they will go over similar kind of courses where they loop back on themselves. Just makes it easier for their support team, and also making sure that they can get drinks on board as well. And there again, you can hear that rhythmical sound of the carbon and foam shoes on the ground. Just little checks of the watch. And in fact, I think Collins Rono's looking better as it goes on. So, but Tulahan is definitely the athlete that wanted the pace to be continued and wanted the pace to be maintained. And in what is such a tough event right now on the world scene, that Kelvin Kipton world record set in October, 2 hours and 35 minutes, getting towards that phenomenal time, that sub-2 hour clock in. Eliud Kipchoge's from Vienna, but he took down Kipchoge's own world record, that 2:09 from Berlin. That Berlin saw Mosefa take the women's world record, 2:11.53. So September and October just showed the power of the marathon, and December in Valencia probably showed the depth of marathon running. So those Olympic Games coming up this year in Paris, there'll be no paces in Paris. There could be varied conditions. You never know what you're going to get in a European city in the summer. That'll be real racing. Could any of the runners from today book their place? Very, very tough to get into the Kenyan or Ethiopian teams, just given the nature and depth of distance running in both of those countries. It's a national sport there, as this group is whittling down. We are losing a few very, very subtly. And Robert Kimotai Negrano is on the back of that group, and about 1 hour away from the start of the half marathon. The elite will go off first in that half marathon. There's been a couple of superb races in the half marathon over the last couple of years. Bernard Kameli just out dipping Uganda's Abel Chebet last year by 1 second. It was a phenomenal race, and Beatrice Cesarek coming out on top in the women, 69.22. To Daisy Torotic is 69.42. That was a very, very competitive race in the men's and women's races. So just under an hour away from that, as the split came up there on the screen for 13 kilometres, around about the 45-minute mark. So again, maintaining their pace and doing a good job up front, as this is just one of the few turns back on themselves, and there's not too many of those on the course. You can see the matting that's down on the ground. That's to ensure that all of the runners go over the correct distances, and there's no kind of corners cut, let's say. So that's Molla wearing 57. She's definitely looked the better in the early stages. So as I said, a seasoned pro over the marathon distance, and you know, 14 years since her debut, and it's about experience in the marathon. As you have to make your debut somewhere, but it's where you go from there is so important. Desta there, you can see just behind her, the Ethiopian athlete, 4th here last year, good experience. So where she's won in China, and I think one in Dublin as well. So very experienced athlete, the Ethiopian athlete, that's 2:27.41 lifetime best. So keep an eye out for her. She looks very comfortable right in the centre of that screen there, Desta. And the in fairness, a lot of these athletes are very good as well. Kazagan there, another Ethiopian who's got good pedigree on the 10K as well, 31.39 and 70 minutes half marathon. But recovering from a 2:31, 17th of December in Taipei, 5th place there. So again, another good example right on the left-hand side of that screen. Kazagan, the athlete wearing the black, just looking at a watch there on the left-hand side, that recovering from a marathon back in December, 2:31, 7 minutes outside her best, so a little bit of probably heat and humidity there. So sometimes athletes do use races as training efforts, so whether that was with this in mind. And you can probably see that Dadai, our pacer, who I still think is in the race, but just off the screen. Can't quite see him at the moment, so that is one of the luxuries that elite distance women have, of having male pacers, and there he is. But he can probably do with just dropping back a little bit, because Bilo, Bazank Bilo, the 2:30 athlete, that is probably wanting to get onto the back of the pacer. Don't really want to be a few metres adrift. As we go back to our elite men, and there's a couple of athletes that are a few metres adrift, and I think that is the Moroccan athlete right at the back of that looking over his shoulder. Alguerez, who looked fairly comfortable in the early stages, 50 minutes into the race, and here know now that potentially dropping into no man's land, which is not a fun place to be in a marathon, knowing that you've got over an hour and probably 20 minutes of running left. But he is trying to work his way back. Sometimes it can be a lapse in concentration. He's got a bottle in his hand, so he could well have gone back to get a drink. We have seen that previously as well, where a dropped bottle or just a little lapse in concentration can lead you to dropping off. But he does look like he is working a little bit harder than those that are in front, but I think he has got back in touch, the athlete from Morocco, so maybe just pacing his way back after that drink stop. 51 minutes on the race clock. If you're joining us here this morning to the Riyadh Marathon 2024, welcome. So we are 51 minutes into the elite men and elite women's marathon races, as well as our masses that are out on the streets on their 2-lap course. And we are inside an hour away from the start of our elite men and elite women's half marathon races, and the masses will follow behind them as well. And the pace being set up front by Rono, by Korea, our two pacers that have been there from the first step of today's marathon. Keegan to the left hand of the screen, who is following in footsteps of Tullahan. Abe Tullahan, who looks very good for me. He's a compact runner, a very strong, efficient runner, and you can tell that from his trap pedigree, and he's translating that very nicely into the marathon distance. And he was the athlete that wanted to keep the pace going in those early stages when it had the potential to drop. And Sergat is right back in that group. He's had a couple of little drop-offs on one of the inclines, just took his foot off the gas, but he's tucked right back into that group. Very experienced runner as well, and experience does pay off. So back to the village experience. You can see the buzz and excitement getting ready for the half marathon and also the 10K and 4 kilometers. The Kingdom Arena. So many of the sponsors and partners have been supporting that over the last couple of days. It's been a festival of sport, wellness and physical activity down there, and whole families have been down there enjoying the sounds and the sights, and we can see some of our pacers getting ready for, I think, for the half marathon. I think that's our 90-minute pacer. Yes, it is. So pacers in the masses, slightly different to the pacers in the elite races. You can see on the left hand of the screen, Rono and Career, but the pacers in the masses, they run with these flags or balloons, and I tell you what, they do an unbelievable job. Many of them are local club runners. Many of them are making sure they help their own teammates out, but it's a selfless job. They get out there, and I tell you what, you can almost set your watch by them, because they'll be coming in at the exact time that's been set. So if you are later this year making your way out for a half marathon or marathon, and you've got an idea, because that's part of it, is having an idea of what your pace might be. If you know what your pace might be, then look out for the paces. But often in most of the city half marathons and major city marathons, they have those paces out there. Lock into them, have a chat with them on the way round, and yeah, buy them a sports drink at the end, because they do a great job. As do the volunteers out on the course as well. Many marshals, many volunteers that without them, I don't think any major city event would not happen. So I know the race organisers are hugely grateful to those people that play their part in making this a real community event. And over 20,000 runners over the 4 different distances today, and there'll be those taken to the streets over each of those distances for the first time. Oh, getting some footage off screen of one of the drink stations, and not on the screen that you're looking at, but yeah, we'll try and get maybe coverage of that. But the elite men fairly controlled as they hit one of the downhill sections. Now that is one feature. We saw a little uphill section earlier, but chatting to a good friend of mine, Steve Brace, who multiple Olympian and top finisher at major city marathons, but we're talking about hills on marathon courses and half marathon courses. He said actually liked it because it, you know, can break up the rhythm a little bit in a positive way, but also you get some of these downhill sections where you actually get to recover. So if you look at some marathons around the world now that have such minimal elevation that actually there's no real places to actually recover. So it is actually kind of nice now that there is an opportunity to take a bit of a breather and take a bit of recovery as well. And that's definitely something that on that downhill section, a little breather, but also the pace does pick up, and we've got a little splinter again in the elite men's. Looks like we've just lost a couple of runners again. And as we're coming towards the hour mark and that halfway split, there will be some questions being asked. I said on the start line, the marathon is very psychological in its planning, preparation, and also pain stages of the race. If the mind has to be in sync with the body, if doubt sets in, and there'll be doubt in every one of these runners at some point, because the marathon is such a testing event, such a testing distance, even for our elites out there, that this is their day job. They'll be having some questioning moments, or miles, or kilometers, as that's a great shot on the right hand of the screen. The running economy of our runners, how economic they are off the ground, that reaction off the ground, and how light they are, and the training of these runners will include track workouts, short hills as well, to build that that kind of reactiveness off the ground, as well as they spend a lot of time doing drills. You might have seen the videos of the different warm-up drills. I love seeing those Ethiopian warm-up drills where they're almost in sync to music, even though there is no music. It's rhythmical, it's in unison with teammates, and sometimes 10, 15, 20 teammates. And it's about that reaction off the ground, and a lot of time spent in the gym. So the Kenyans very big on their conditioning, their kind of body circuits, and Eliud Kipchoge always starts off his preparation with it's almost like a regular gym class where they're using little boxes to step up, almost like an aerobics class. But it's about being conditioned, and it's a repetitive sport, running. It's about doing the same thing over and over for a couple of hours, but the speed and intensity and forces going through the body, these runners make it look very easy, but I can assure you that it's anything but that. But paces at the moment, the aim would be to get definitely to the halfway mark, and if they can get to 25 kilometers and even beyond that, then that is brilliant. Now you can see, as we saw earlier, the men are doing a great job, and we'll get a coverage of the women, see whether Daddy has backed off a little bit, because he had a little bit of a gap earlier, as Telehunt just almost signals to the pacers, or maybe they're going towards a drink station. He wants to see the drink station. A little acceleration. Oh, there we go. It is not easy, even in a group of 7 or 8 runners with the two pacers, to navigate the drink stations, and see it at every major city marathon. And obviously the quality of runners now that we have, where, oh, that's a good bit of colour and sound on the side. The best dressed support crew of the day thus far, and as it does warm up a little bit, we're about 16 degrees now, expecting it to get a little bit higher, and the wind today fairly minimal as well. So not bad marathon conditions, and the athletes will be grateful to see the halfway mark soon, and they'll be going back round past the Kingdom Arena, and then past the Boulevard World as well. That'll be on their left-hand side. That halfway split, that'll be a welcome sign. But as in any of you that go out for your long runs, when you come back past home after halfway, two minds set in. One is I'm feeling good, I got another lap in me. Another one is I'm not feeling good, I could easily just step off, my bag and my stuff is right there. So we hope it's not the latter, and it'd be fascinating to see where we are split wise. That could have been 20 kilometers. They just passed in inside 61 minutes. So again, we'll wait for the official halfway split as the elite women are on the bottom right hand of the screen. So we're an hour into our race here, 61 minutes into the Riyadh Marathon 2024. Gaps are starting to open in the men's. Women's still fairly controlled, and still a large pack. It is double figures in the elite women, and that is still up the road a little bit, the male pacemaker. So doing his job. There's 20 kilometers. It was a 20-kilometer mat, 60 minutes and 56 seconds. So we are outside course record pace at the moment by probably around about 30-40 seconds, but it could pick up, absolutely could pick up. This is going to give us around about a 63 to 64 minute mark through the halfway, but the quality of runners we've got in this field, and 2:08 did win this race last year, so very healthy prize pot. The total prize money around about the $300,000 split amongst the different places and performances. So that's all part of being in the World Athletics Elite Label events listing. It's the prize money, and this could set some of these runners up for life, not just for this year. So and this could really signpost them for future races. So great aerial shot as the elite women go past there. Look at that, that is brilliant. Different music and different sounds and sights out on the course. And whether the runners can hear that, many of them are in the zone, but I'm sure it'll make give them a little wry smile to themselves, and they'll be looking for slight distractions. And you see a little bit of construction on the left-hand side. 7.6 million people living in the Riyadh area, and it is growing rapidly. The expansion of buildings, and you can see the archway there, 42 kilometers, so that would be the home straight for the finish, but they've got another lap to go, so they can just see that finishing line. That is for visualization purposes for them, as the elite women probably around about 10 minutes or so away from seeing that themselves. They've still got a fair amount of running to go before that, probably around about 2-3 kilometers. So we're in 53. Garda on the screen there. 1-2 Bakili Garda, who's a 2:23, second from Seville, and looking very controlled, very rhythmical arm carriage, and almost no beads of sweat coming from her face, so looking very good. Billow is the Ethiopian wearing 62 there, 56. Kazagan there that we mentioned as the rhythmical drumming of the drums as they go out, back out on the course. Wearing 2, Ernest Kiprono Nagano on the back of that group. He needs to stay in close contact. Wilfred Keegan wearing 5, 14. Charlotte Techno, who we haven't mentioned, making his debut, 61.39 from Rome. And what a debut he's having right now, tucked in that group. Now, one of the paces is done. We thought that might be the case. He did look a little bit more than fatigued, even in the early stages, but well done, Colin Chebet-Rono. Your job as pacer has been successfully done through the half, but now, second pacer really important. There's the halfway mark, 64.13 split coming up onto the screen there. So we are outside course record pace, so they are going to need to pick it up. And it's going to be really interesting because we've got debutants in here, we've got athletes that we expected to be in here, those coming back to form, but the numbers are rapidly decreasing now. You're starting to see the business end as we're past the halfway mark, and just a few gaps now starting to develop as they head away again from the city and heading out again on the Al Alam Sword Fuzzer Road. And again, look at that quality of surface underfoot, and again slight decline in the road, so a little bit of recovery. And Keegan on the right hand side, Tillahan on the left, Pacer right in the centre, Korea, Tillahan, Korea. And are we down to 3 athletes now? It could be another loss of an athlete, and I think we are. So it could be 3 athletes that are right there now in contention. Charlotte Taco is the debutant, I think wearing 14. There he is, right at the back. Almost looks like he's in deep concentration on the back of Wilfred Keegan, who's the athlete that we expected to be up here back in March, second in Rome. But I tell you what, the athlete that is really impressed me, Abe Tillahan, who's the former track athlete that stepped up to the marathon very successfully, and a 73-minute 25 kilometers back in December. That would have been a nice training run, and sub 60 minutes back in 2021 in Copenhagen. But that hasn't always translated to fast marathons. We've seen that through the years, that a fast half doesn't mean a fast marathon sometimes. Courage is the athlete, I think, wearing the yellow singlet that has dropped off. Now 4 athletes, 1 pacer. How far can Timon Chariot Korea go? You can see now he's starting to grimace. I'm sure he's got probably something on getting to 25 kilometers. There'll be different bonuses for pacers getting to each of the 5K splits in time, but also making sure they can go as far as possible, just to maximise the speed of the runners. So Keegan there with the 2 Ethiopian runners behind. Just a little word to the pacer, his compatriot, and there he is on the screen there, Wilfred Kira Keegan, 2:8:45 lifetime best, and he's operating inside that, given that we went through the halfway, in 64:13. So he's operating on lifetime best pace at the moment. Tillahan definitely is his 2:09:25, and Charlotte Taco is on his debut. So this would be a very special debut. If he was to podium today, at the moment with 3 pulling away, there is still a lot of running to go, as there is in the women's race. You see on the right hand of our split screen, Daddy the pacer. It's like he's settled back into the group. So he was about 20 metres off the front, and now settled back into the group. It's going to be interesting to see what pace they go through halfway in, as the elite women have been fairly controlled. Looks like most of our lead group are still right there. I don't think it's changed too much in the first stages. Chamutai, Gladys Chamutai is the athlete in that orange singlet that is in the lead. Daddy there, the pacer that's been up the road, he's come back, and now he's about 3-4 metres off the front again. So, and they're about 3-4 minutes away from the halfway split, and that'll be a welcome sight. But again, they're going to have the same as the men did just a few moments ago, where they're then going to head away from the start area again and begin the second lap journey. they get that time check. And it's around about 30 minutes away from the start of the elite men and women's half marathon. And then the masses start shortly after that. So, split screen. Who's dropped off there? Things are happening, and it's our debutant that's dropped off. Takio's dropped off. He looked so good just a few minutes ago. Didn't expect that. But again, when you're making your debut, you're stepping up. He's obviously got a half marathon to his name, but he's up against proven marathon runners in Keegan, in Tillahan. And Tillahan now, I tell you what, he's almost just saying to the pacer, I've got to go, I've got to go. And the pacer's just saying, wait, wait. As I was giving him a podium finish, but Takio's got a lot of running to go now. Charlotte Bayo, Takio is now just dropping off. And when you are making your marathon debut, it's a much different feel to the half marathon. And often that training, that unknown with the volume of miles and kilometers that need to go in, definitely a different event to train for than a half marathon, and just the sheer number that you can do per year as well. So elite women, 20 kilometers, 70 minutes and 30 seconds coming up on the screen. So they are 1.1 kilometers away from going through that halfway mark. So that again is going to give us a good split. So that means they're operating around about 35 minutes and 15 seconds for each of the 10K splits. So that's around about 17 and a half minutes each 5K split. So again, fast running, but potentially it is dropping off course record pace, but it is about it being a race. I think we've got 2 classic races on today, so the course records might be safe. That'll be a few $1,000s saved by the organisers, but they won't mind about that at all. They would rather spend that out on course records. But what we have seen here in Riyadh is always quality races, and expecting that today. And I think the races into the second half, we're going to see some really good races. As on the screen, Pacer still doing a great job. Timon Chariot. Tillahan there with number 6, who's got that lovely running style. Keegan next to him. Again, almost looking at the concrete in front. Almost a slight lean over in those cycle shorts. And the athlete that, well, would love to go to the top spot today. Both of these would. But in the first edition of the race, Gamachu winning a sprint finish in 2022 by 1 second from Burley. And that's what we do love here. It has been historics of racing in the half marathon last year. Just 1 second separating Bernard Kameli and Chibet. So we are used to races here in Riyadh. And I tell you what, the size of that elite women's race as they go back out for their second lap. And a lot of these runners operating towards some quick times. And there's Dadi again on the front, just making sure that they operate and go with him. But again, lots and lots of running to go into these latter stages. 64, a late addition to the race. Jebsara, the athlete, 4th in Barcelona this year. Zenabu has come in late. That's why she's only got the number and not her bib name on front. And that's a great aerial shot again. The beautiful constructed Kingdom Arena, and you can just see the masses there as that's one of our male pacers there. That's Collins Rono. I hope there's a pickup vehicle for him, but he hasn't got far to stroll back to the start-finish area as you can see, that brilliant visual, and that's where the village has been the last couple of days, and there'll be lots of enjoyable things for people to do today as well as getting themselves ready. Those out in the half marathon in well, about 20 minutes or so, but also the 10 kilometers and the 4K fun run later today. That will be very, very busy events. And there you go, the halfway mark for women coming up on the screen, 74 minutes and 18 seconds, so exactly 10 minutes behind the men. So operating around about the 2:28 mark. So it is outside course record pace. They would need a significant second lap here, which I don't think, given the strength of the numbers here, that they're going to do that. I think this is going to be a race. As you can see, the gels are being digested and taken on board. I think that this is going to be a classic sit and wait, and it's going to be about who decides to push the pace on, or who trusts their track form, their road speed legs towards the latter stages. Billow in the centre there. Chamutai, Gladys Chamutai in that orange vest. She's been happy to be at the front. She's been happy to lead and almost be the pacer to the group behind, which you almost want the pacer just to drop back just a little bit, so they were all together, but pretty much everyone in here. Bedetta there, Tigers Tadesse Bedetta, the athlete we mentioned earlier, was running Venice third back in October, and again tucked right in there. So one athlete I haven't seen, Gerda Stein. I don't know whether she's tucked so far into that group we haven't seen her, but she's usually to the fore, and obviously in such good form, but I've not seen her. So maybe deciding that she might have got the nod from the South African Olympic Committee, that she didn't need to go again. That 2:24 from Valencia, so impressive that maybe it's a case of sitting on what she's done. Desta in the middle of that. And the rhythmical running of these Africans, so impressive. Bit of colour, bit of flair. Chamutai there at the front with that those blue locks and the gels. Her and Billow run probably for the last 2 kilometres with gels in their hands, so not afraid to get the fuel on board. Not a bad thing when you're tucked in a group, making sure that these kilometres are just ticked away. Molla does look good as well. Gada just behind her in the multicoloured singlet, just on the right hand of the screen there. So these athletes will know each other pretty well. The positions and races that they've been in over the years, and some of them even the same training groups, as they're coming towards the 1 hour and 20 minute mark. So that'll be significant for the women, because they know they're just over an hour of running, and they do many kind of sessions and progression runs on tired legs, where it's about running a strong last hour of pace. And that's a great aerial shot, and that just shows you the strength and depth of this elite women's race here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. If you're joining us this morning, it is coming up to A time. So that means we're getting towards the start of the elite half marathon for men and women, also the masses as well. They'll be on their way, and the men we're expecting the half marathon to be around about the hour mark or just over, and the elite women we expect to be inside the 70-minute mark, but around about just over an hour of distance running in this elite women's race, as well as the men, who probably around about the 48-minute mark of running, so around about 16 kilometers in the men, probably about 10 miles of running. So we're getting to the business end, as you can see. Lots of people coming in to the race village. There's a real buzz here, and you can see the camaraderie and the friendship and social element that running and physical activity has. It's just such a vital part of people's day-to-day lives, and that's something that it's definitely been showcased here, and it's so important. I think that's something that they've been very keen to promote and push and develop. It's about getting people active, and this ability to get people out and well-being. So it's a partnership between the Saudi Sport for All Federation and the Ministry of Sport. And examples like the newly constructed Kingdom Arena for that, and just getting their messages to get the population engaged in physical activity. And they know it's so important for wellness, they know it's so important for socialisation, for being healthy, for happy, and people just generally having better lives. So great to see such support here, and great to see such numbers. 20,000 is the number being bandied around for those that have entered the various races this year. 10,000 in year one back in 2022, 15,000 in 2023, and I can only see the numbers continue to grow, as in the numbers that will grow in these elite races when the talk of how well they get supported. This is a World Athletics Elite Label event, and of this group now, that I think is around about 10 runners, only 3 are going to be on the podium, and only 1 is going to be crowned the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2024. So someone's patience has to break here. Bashane Billow is at the front, just going on to the pacer's shoulder. As Daddy looks round, the pacer for the opening hour and 23 minutes of running. Just a little look over his shoulder. But what he will see is he will see such a big number of females still in contention, and there is nothing to choose between them. You literally could throw a blanket over them, and maybe just a couple of runners just starting to feel the pace they're going to at some point, and maybe that's the first runner off the back. And that is going to be hard when that does happen, but it is too many more kilometers without losing a few runners off the back of this field. That's 55. Shige, 2:24. She's one of the fastest in the field, so didn't expect her to drop off. Was back in Costas in 2021. So 9th here last year, so she's operating similar position-wise to that this year, but yeah, she's dropping off even with that experience from 12 months ago. And again, superb coverage here, split screen, and the pace has gone. We are now into racing territory. It is the job of Timon Chariot career has been done. So big thank you to him. Superb pacing through the opening 25 kilometers, but we're now down to 2 as the arm sleeves come off of Tillahan. And there's been runners in the past that have thrown hats off and decided to throw down the gauntlet and be ready to race. It's almost like the gloves being taken off. He's got a gel in his hand, and now it is Wilfred Keegan at the front. Gel taken on board, hour 25 on the race clock. The Kenyan athlete is out in front. Wilfred Kira Keegan on his shoulder, having just taken that gel on board, thrown, I thought, his arm warmers off. That is Abe Gazahan Telehunt, who's looked probably the best from the opening 5 kilometres, and he is right at the 4 at the moment, and looking pretty similar in terms of ground contact, and each of them wanted to kind of take the lead, but probably in terms of facial expression and probably how they've looked for the whole race, I'll probably have to go with Telehunt probably looking the slightly better of the two, as he almost relaxes as someone's out for a morning jog there. I wonder where he's just suddenly appeared from. No race number, and maybe he's trying to tell his friends and family that he led the Riyadh Marathon 2024. But great to see. Do you know what? Physical activity and running is for everyone, and this is exactly what they would want to promote. Getting out and running, regardless of what equipment you're wearing, what your physical activity levels are, getting out and running. And being told around about 15 minutes away from the start of the elite men and women's half marathons. So eagerly anticipated races over just a 1 lap. Yes, 1 lap. The 2 lappers are out there right now. The masses are probably halfway through their first lap. So they've got lots of kilometres, lots of miles to go. As is our man on the screen right now, Keegan. Does look very, very good, very controlled. So he's got that almost that leaning, falling into the next foot strike, whereas the slightly more upright with that slightly higher kind of heel recovery, where the foot comes through, reminiscent of many track runners. We mentioned Telehunt's track pedigree and the fact that he's come from a 4th place at the All-African Games in 2019, also a World Junior top 10 finisher in the World Junior cross country. So he is going to senior ranks here. He's very good over the cross country surface, the track surface, and today the marathon. Success so far, 10th in Barcelona in 2021, but this is a big step up. He ran 2:09.25 that day, and he looks like he's operating, if not inside 2:08 pace here, but it is for either of them about trying to crown themselves as Riyadh Marathon Champion 2024. And that would be a fantastic bit of prize money as Abe Telehunt comes on to your screen there, the caption, as he checks his watch. And I love the fact that him and Keegan have the whole road to each other, and they are almost barging each other. They are so close to each other in proximity that it is almost like a track race right now. They don't want to give each other 2 meters, 2 centimeters. And the gap behind now is growing. It was Takio who was with them. He looked really good in his debut, and I hope he is in 3rd place at the moment, because that would really be a strong debut. But given the speed that he did drop off, the chasers behind, it's going to be interesting to see who does come out into that 3rd place. So Keegan just directing Telehunt, just almost say, I'm paced for the moment, or don't clip my heels. There will be a bit of dialogue, even if they don't speak the same language. There'll be the language of running, the international language of racing as well. This is fascinating. We're coming up to 90 minutes of running, so we're not far from the 30-kilometre mark. That was signalled 12 kilometres, and the training runs and pace, they'll be getting towards the upper limit of what they've done in training, and then it's a little bit of leap of faith and concentration, and also about tactics now. If Keegan knows about Telehunt's trap pedigree, then he will not want to leave it till the later stages. If Telehunt is feeling good, then he'd love to put down a faster time, because obviously a win today will be significant, but a faster time as well will just take him up those world rankings, give him even more of an opportunity at other marathons. And we'd love to see him back here next year if it does go to plan as well. But you've still got, well, 12 kilometres of running is a lot of real estate out there. It's a lot of concrete to pound on those legs. And the dreaded wall that was always talked about at 20 miles is lesser now with the technology in shoes and hydration and fueling, but it does still exist. You can still suddenly just go from feeling great to terrible. And these two runners don't want to do that, so they will be running, holding back a little bit, thinking, get through the next 2 kilometers smartly without any disaster, because they do not want any issues in the latter stages. So, downhill section on the legs. You can always just feel that that shouting of the quads, the big muscles in the front of the legs as they stabilise. So you don't want too much of that downhill running, even though you would think you're going to run faster off it. The fatigue in the legs does start to hit, so does start to bite on the body. As Tullahan again, so close to Keegan that again he's almost tripping over him and just almost clipping his heels. So strong running, little check of the watch, and again so much running to go. And the women's race update, there's still a big group, and they've gone through 91 minutes of running as well, so they're inside their last hour of racing. So lot to play for. 2 in the elite men's race have broken clear. The elite women down to 8 runners, or even 7 runners I should say now, so numbers are starting to drop off. But in this elite men's race, the numbers are definitely not dropping off. They are, in terms of splits, they are keeping the pace running and keeping the pace moving. And Wilfred Kira Keegan, so he's got so much experience. And there we go, 30 kilometers. And it is 1:31.08, so the pace is picking up. You can see that it's a healthy split. Courage is back, 44 seconds with Teko. They are battling for 3rd place. So the debutant Teko is hanging in there with Courage, and whether he can hold on to that 2nd and 3rd place, oh sorry, that 3rd and 4th place, racing for that. Surgat, 1 minute 11 seconds back, and a little bit of an improvement. Anor Elguraz, the Moroccan athlete, on the bottom of that caption as well, is he's heading for a moment for a massive lifetime best as well. 2:13.46 is his best, and currently in the top 10, operating inside 2:10 pace. So it is quick running through 30 kilometers, and the half marathon masses and the elites are getting themselves ready. They'll be thinking about preparations, they'll be thinking about different pacing strategies. Half marathon, slightly different. Some of the elites will not even take drinks on board in that half marathon distance, where do that at your peril over the marathon distance. The masses, though, hopefully definitely will. Those water stations every 2 to 2.5 kilometers, so important for the masses out there. And many of them, that will be their step up from the 10-kilometer distance to the half marathon. Half marathon, such a good distance, such a fun distance, enough of a test, but you can wake up the next day and not walk down the stairs. The marathon, slightly different. It can be unforgiving, and with the marathon there's going to be some of our elites and also our masses that just don't finish today. There will be a few in the half marathon as well, but less so over the 1 lap distance. As the split screen there, you can see on the bottom right hand side is the preparations for the start of the half marathon, and you can see the elites being asked to take their last minute layers off and get themselves ready for that start line. It's final preparation for the start of the Riyadh Marathon's half marathon distance for 2024. And the welcome sight of that, just a one lap of the course. So again, beautiful weather here, even more ideal for half marathon running, as the photographers, the race organisers just prep those around the start area. That we are not long away from starting this half marathon, and the numbers of those taking part in the masses does increase even more at the just to the side of the Kingdom Arena. So we're very close to Boulevard World as well. So they've got that fast straight. And now Mansoud, Desmond Road, there will be that fast bit of running to start, and there'll be last minute preparations going through the heads of our elites. They know this half marathon again is such a close fought race. In the previous editions of the Riyadh Marathon's half marathon, the elite marathon start line are getting ready, and even a little bit of rain forecast today, a little bit of drizzle, which I think will be very welcomed by the runners. And you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see that wet underfoot now. I tell you what, with the 16 degrees, a little bit of hydration. Paula Radcliffe, former world record holder over the marathon, used to say she used to love running in the rain, being that she always used to believe there was a little bit more oxygen in the air. As Tullahan deciding to go onto the pavement. Now, I wonder whether he's finding the road a little bit slippier underfoot. Now, the different shoe technology that they've got on their feet, oh, wow, has different degrees of grip. And I wonder whether maybe just finding it a little bit slippy underfoot. And some of the shoes are a little bit less for wear, maybe if he has worn them a few times as well. So maybe going onto the sidewalk there. But as a coach myself, I tell my runners to be wary of jumping up and down on the sidewalk onto the pavement, being that you've got to come back off the drop again. And you've probably heard stories yourselves of runners, or even done it yourself, turning your ankle, jumping off the pavement. So Tullahan there's agent coaches myself. Well, hearts were in our mouths there as he navigated that drop and that cone. And I wonder whether that is just what he's feeling underfoot. It's just a little less traction. It did seem rather odd that he did suddenly make that that conscious decision to deviate from the shoulder of Keegan, where he'd been operating pretty much in touching distance for the last 10, 15, 20 kilometers. But he's gone back to the shoulder of Keegan again, and we're coming to the 1 hour 40-minute mark. And we are going to that start line of the elite men and elite women's half marathon with the masses. There you can see the drizzle coming down, and it's not what you really want as an organizer, but I tell you what, the runners, and I tell you what, for cooling down the masses as well, I think it will be really welcome as long as they get underway very shortly, and as long as that surface doesn't become too slippy underneath on some of the turns, on some of the corners. But yeah, not too many days of the year do we have rainfall here in Riyadh, but a little bit of drizzle today. But it will make the temperatures feel a little bit cooler. Hydration levels will be topped up, and I think that will be welcomed by so many of our runners. And there we go, the start of the half marathon, and the photographers there in the middle as the elites are on their way in this half marathon. So the timing team getting the elites on their way before the masses. And just some of the runners to look out for. In the women's, we're looking out for Betty Chibet, 66.37 lifetime best. Barakan Welday is 67 minutes from Germany. Nelly Dazzler half marathon 67.44. So look out for Emily Chibet. So what a career she's had. So World Championship, 8th place back in 2007, a two-time World Cross Country champion. So delighted to see her still going at the age of 37 and smashing it still. They're just some of the runners to look out for in the women's. In the men's, we're looking out for Glizolo Ayana. So he's a sub-60 minute runner, 59.39. So excited to see how he goes today. 2:07, winning the Paris Marathon as well. So he's also, saw him on the streets of my own city, Cardiff. So second in the Cardiff Half Marathon in 2022, 60.17. And then he ran in the Cardiff Cross Challenge. So where he took 5th place in what was a phenomenal race that day. I was on the microphone on the course side, and they ran the equivalent of sub-28 minutes on a cross-country course in Cardiff. And if you know Cardiff well, in Wales, in the UK, it can be windy, it can be wet. It wasn't that October day, but they ran very, very fast. So Tezegay Gadanu is another Ethiopian that has run very, very fast in Ireland. The Malcolm Anderson athlete who has run, that superb time of sub-60 minutes and 10th in the World Half Marathon Championships in Riga this year, and also 5th in the World Cross Country Championship back, I think it was 2019. So he's definitely someone to look out for, as well as Laban Kiplimo, another very, very good Kenyan. So 27.15 over 10 kilometers in January last year in Valencia. That only got you 8th place. He's a 16 minute and 13 second runner from Prague in 2023. So back to the elite men. 1 hour 42. Keegan now, here he goes. Is this the push? Is he sensing the race is here to be won? Is he sensing that the surface underfoot isn't to the liking of Tullahan? But now this is it. Wilfred Kira Keegan. This is his little look behind, and they're like two boxers now in the ring, taking punches at each other, because if someone is going to win the race in the next 2 kilometers, it has to be done now. And Tullahan is trying to close that gap, and he does close it. So again, a big swing by Keegan, but it isn't a knockout blow for Tullahan, who gets back to the shoulder. And I tell you what, this is going to be absolutely fascinating, as they have gone way past now the 31-kilometer mark. Walda Anafat is the river that runs through the city, so at the furthest point of the course. And now they know with 1 hour 44 on the race clock that they are the best part of 23 minutes or so away from the finish. So into the last 5 miles, they've got 20 plus miles of running in those legs. It's getting hard now. It's not going to be easy out there. It's going to be a battle of wills, it's going to be a battle of mind. The sun's come back out now, so the surface is starting to dry a little bit. Tullahan maybe almost like a Formula 1 car. Maybe we'll feel like he's got different tyres on his feet, maybe get a little bit more traction again. And almost, as I say that, he gets back in contention. This is a really, really good race. And these athletes going head to head against each other. It's Keegan, the Kenyan. Tullahan, the Ethiopian. And this, for both of them, will be one of the biggest wins of their careers. This would set them up as the masses in the half marathon are off. Look at that. We can see the balloons and the flags and the pacers behind.
Lots of international athletes have travelled far and wide, of all abilities, to be here. Over 120 to 130 nationalities across each of the events. Some of the very best of local runners going over the half marathon as well. Pacer going through that, I think that was our 90-minute pace that we saw earlier. So a few thumbs up, a few smiles to the cameras. But there's going to be different types of smiles later today. Will they be smiles of satisfaction of completing a half? Will it be PBs, personal bests, times? Some of them running for charities as well, raising money. Such an important part of marathons and half marathons for the masses. But I tell you what, on the left hand of the screen, Keegan, he has tried to get rid of Tillahan, and he's not done it. Abe Tillahan has made the turn. There they go, they've made the turn. Following the lead car that they will keep in their sights. And you can see there is a lot going on now. Organisers do a great job. There we go, 35 kilometres. And is 1:46:43 on the race clock with 7 kilometres to run. So this for them, next 2 kilometres will just be about being economical, about being smooth, because then they're into the last 5 kilometres. As the elite women are still 8 strong. Look at that. Still 8 runners on the screen, 1 hour 47. And I tell you what, this is as fascinating as anything. 30 kilometres they've gone through, 1:45:26. Jabessa, Billow, Badain, Chamutai are the athletes, but look at that. There is nothing to separate any of this 8. This is what marathon running's about sometimes. Yes, fast times do write a lot of headlines, and we've seen that with world records, national records qualifying. But there is something pure about athletics, there's something pure about marathon running when it is a race and it is an unknown. And right now it is an unknown of any one of this group of 8 could win right now. And this could be life-changing. This could get them back on the map, could get them into even national colours. But something will have to change over the next 2 kilometres, because I keep saying, I sound like a broken record, it can't keep going on this many runners for this many kilometres, because someone has to be feeling good, and someone also has to, I'm afraid, be feeling not so good and will start to drop off. But they're 1:45 through 30 kilometres, so they've got 12 kilometres of running to go. So they've navigated the early stages, hydration, fueling. Now it becomes an interesting section of the race where it is going to be about tactics. It is going to be about who has refueled, who has recovered, who has got another couple of gears maybe, and who has an ability to pick the pace up on tired legs. And talking about picking the pace up on tired legs, on the left of the screen, the duo locked in this fascinating battle. Wilfred Keegan with his, well, racing partner. They're going to get to know each other very well because they have been locked in this battle. Abe Tillahan. And I wonder whether they've exchanged any pleasantries over the last couple of kilometres, because there is nothing to choose between them. There is just a bit of psychological kind of thought processes going on now as they go past people that I think on their first lap of the marathon. So these guys are coming towards the latter stages of their second laps. So this is where running's great, because these runners are watching some of the world's best runners go past them, and they are just almost just seeing them drift off into the distance, and they've got another lap to go after this. So great to see. So women have gone through 30 kilometres, probably 3 minutes down on course record pace. So operating probably at 227, 228 pace. They've picked it up slightly, but the men themselves are operating at around about that 207 mark as well, maybe 208, or just inside 208 pace. And that's something that would be 2 lifetime bests for these two on the screen. Won't be course record paces for either men or women, but what we do have are 2 very good races. 2 in the men's, 8 in the women, and 1 hour 51 minutes on the race clock here in the elite men's race in the Riyadh Marathon 2024. The whistles and noise will continue to grow as they get closer and closer towards the start and finish area. Maybe just a slight grimace from Tullahan for the first time. He's looked so controlled, but there has to be at some point some grimace through the face of this talented athlete. So the 25-year-old is looking very controlled out there. Keegan has got the experience. He definitely has that. That's definitely something he's got. So 12 years separating these two. So Keegan is a very, very talented runner in his latter years. I think 37 on my count. So, well, there you go. All shapes and sizes they go past in tandem. So this is how they're going to need to be a little bit smart, because they are going past lapped runners. So, yes, I have said it, lapped runners. And they have got a lead vehicle, but the issue being that some of these runners do have headphones on, and it's very difficult for runners to hear or see what's going on with the speed of the runners coming behind. Wilfred Keegan and Abe Tullahan, but the lead vehicle is going through. You can hear it beeping in front of them, but the lead vehicle is going to the right-hand side. 37 kilometres. So we are 5.2 kilometres to go. So 1:53 on the race clock. So we're looking at around about 15 minutes, which would give us a 2:08 clock in. So this now is fascinating. 5 kilometres. Ethiopia versus Kenya. The course record is safe, but who is going to be on the top spot? Now on the right-hand side of the screen. I knew it had to go, had to happen at some point. And these are not the leaders. These are those that have come off that lead group. Gladys Chemutai, she was there for so long, pushing on the front. I think Billow with her as well. Oh, those two were pushing the pace. But it is a gap. It is a break. Desta's in there. She did look good. She has looked good for a majority of the race. And the fastest woman in the race, in the field, at the front, is Berta Harper Bahrain. And she's at the front in that blue. That's a very compact arm action. And she's bided her time, 2:21 lifetime best. So that 30-kilometre split coming up, that downhill section, that won't be welcomed by all of the runners. They're going to find that hard on the legs. 62 right in that group. It's Billow, sorry. Billow is in that group, I think. Or is that Billow? Or is that 64? Jebsa, I think it is Jebsa. It is Jebsa at the front there. She looks good. Late addition to the race. And the pacer being talked to, I think, by Zambru. Jebsa, and Jebsa is there with Desta. And now it is a Billow. Billow has dropped back off. So pushing the pace. This is absolutely fascinating. now, the grimace. Is that a gap? It is a gap. Oh, it's another gap. Another almost uppercut now in this elite men's race. Wilfred Kira Keegan. You can see the grimace on his face. You can see the gritting of the teeth. The hands are trying to drive and accelerate the legs. And that gap now. Tullahan has the speed. He knows that. Can he keep Keegan in close enough proximity to use that speed? Or is this decisive by the experienced Kenyan coming to what would be, for any athlete, the latter stage of his career, and this could be one of the crowning moments. And he does it really good off the ground still. If you look at his feet, look at his lower legs, they are moving very efficiently, even with an hour and 56 minutes on the race clock. But I tell you what, he's picking the pace up. Tullahan is not slowing down, I don't think. I just think he's maintaining the pace. But again, he's in the real unknown in terms of pace. 2:09.25 for Tullahan, 2:08.45 for Keegan. He's been more accustomed to this pace previously. As the split screen again. The women are coming towards 2 hours of their race. They're coming to the last 30 minutes. This is something that they will know very well. 30 minutes of sustained running. And it is wearing 64. Jebsa, the late addition to the field. She popped on the start list at the very, very bottom. That's why she's only got the number on her front, not a name bib. And what a successful late addition to the race this would be, because she's pushing for the lead at the moment, pushing for the podium, as the pacer Dari is going towards 2 hours. His job surely will be done soon. How long can he continue to go? Desta's right there as well. This is really, really now hotting up. And an incline, this will test them. If you're a runner and you're feeling good, then this is the kind of terrain you want. You want something that might find out any gaps in the runners around you, or you might get a chance to feel the pace yourself in those legs. And going past the dancing men again, the music, the sounds, the sights. But I tell you what, Wilfred Keegan will be blocking that all out. He'll be thinking about less than 10 minutes of running here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. It's been a classic battle between him and Abe Tullahan, but he affords himself a little look behind. Is that because he feels good? If he doesn't, that's not what you want to do as a runner. One of the unwritten rules is not looking round and seeing your competitor behind. Is he looked round and given Tullahan a little bit of a signal that he could get back into the race? This is it now, absolutely fascinating. Keegan on the screen, that lean forward, that look over his shoulder. It is nervous times now for the experienced Kenyan. Oh, I'm almost feeling nervous for him myself. Didn't finish the Istanbul Marathon back in November. Had a podium finish from Taipei. He's got a 61.56 lifetime best, also spun round 25 kilometers in 71 minutes previous as well. He's going to need every ounce of that little bit of speed in those legs, because Tullahan is trying to close, but that gap is deceptive now. Trying to work out whether it could be closed or not. I don't think he can close that. But 2 hours, that would be significant on their race watches. They'll be looking at the race watch thinking 2 hours. That's a run they would have done in training, not at this pace. But they would have done lots of repetitions where they run kilometres with a little bit of rest in between at race pace. And that's all he'll be thinking now, is the best part of 2 kilometres at race pace for a very, very big payday. A very, very significant top spot of the podium. But again, looking over his shoulder, I don't think this race is done quite yet. I think if Tullahan can sense that there is any chance of a victory, the African 4th place finisher from 2019, he is a very, very quick finisher as well. You don't run the times on the track unless you've got really good speed, but speed in the marathon isn't always pure speed. It's about being strong. It's about timing your effort. And I tell you what, Wilfred Kira Keegan has done that very, very well. And again, that grimace, but still moving off the ground very efficiently with lots of power. And I'm almost trying to get a time check on the gap. I make it around about 5 seconds, so into the later stages, 5 seconds over 1 kilometre isn't a lot if someone was to pick the pace up. Even over 400 metres, it's not significant if someone can find some track speed. But I'm sure Keegan, if he was given the choice of having this lead going into the very last couple of kilometres, he would have taken it hands down. But then the same could be said for Tullahan. If he thought he had the chance of winning and the win was in sight and he was only 5 seconds down on the leader with 2 kilometres, he probably would have taken it as well. So 19 kilometres, meaning that on that side, meaning it's 2 kilometres to the finish, or there or thereabouts. Now, the car is obviously navigating through the lap runners. The beep signifying that the leader's coming through. Wilfred Keegan getting some shouts on the side of the road. That gap is growing. That gap is growing. I don't think that's going to be closed now, because you can hear the force off the ground. Wilfred Keegan is still moving really well, and he's even looking less stressed and distressed in the face. He's actually starting to relax a bit. I think he thinks he knows he's on his way, because he's moving so well off the ground that barring disaster, it would need a monumental effort by Abe Tullahan in the later stages to close this gap. And the lap runners, they've completed 1 lap in, or almost 1 lap in around about 2 hours. So they'll be back out for their 2nd lap of the marathon. Hopefully they're staying hydrated, staying refueled on the course, and they're getting the opportunity to cheer on the leader in the Riyadh Marathon 2024, Wilfred Kira Keegan. Such an impressive run. And I'm sure his training partners back home, if you are watching, good morning or afternoon, what the time check is where you are. But your boy Wilfred is running very well. And I'm sure you'll be absolutely delighted if he can pull this off. But he's got to stay out in front of Abe Tullahan, who again, translating his 59.46 into hopefully a faster marathon today. Oh, almost a full body turnaround there by Wilfred Keegan. There's a few runners I know that do that and ends up slowing them down and almost falling over. But he's coming up to 2 hours and 5 minutes of running. So knowing that that last kilometre is very close, if not in there now. So 1 kilometre of distance running. That'll be probably a distance that they've run more than anything in training. That'll be so welcome. And I'm sure he can almost, as I said, start to enjoy this last kilometre. Definitely looks more relaxed in the face. Definitely looks a little bit more relaxed in the upper body. But again, no let off from that power on the ground, that force going through those carbon plated shoes. And again, I'm sure his sponsors will be absolutely delighted for the way he's gone out there in the lead group from the very, very beginning, and now on his way into the last kilometre here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024, as there's a significant break in the women's race. Daddy, the pacemaker, looks like pulling clear. The athlete, I think wearing 51. Better to Harper Badane, the fastest athlete in the field, is, I think, being pulled clear. 7th in Dubai in 2023, 3rd in Tokyo in 2019, 3rd in Seville in 2018. She had a disappointing run in October in Beijing, but I tell you what, bouncing back today, as in this man. Didn't finish in Istanbul in 2023, and I tell you what, bounced back to real significant form. And you never know a race like that, whether it was an illness, whether it was a niggle, whether he was never planning on finishing. But I tell you what, he was planning on finishing today, and he couldn't have planned it any better than the way he's run this race, as he will get the very welcome sight of the finishing straight. He will get to enjoy this moment. The skyscrapers align the skyline here at Riyadh. The big start-finish gantry is in sight. It's almost downhill to that finishing line. 2:07.22 on the race clock, so the course record will survive another year. Gometru's course record from 2022, but a new champion. It's going to be a champion from Kenya, wearing bib number 5, a 2:08.45 best coming in from Rome last year. I think he's going to be inside that. He's going to be outside 2:08, but it's going to be very, very close to even splits. They were 64, and it was 18 through the halfway mark. So it's almost going to be maybe just inside negative splits, meaning this second half has been marginally faster than the first. This experienced athlete, this talented athlete from Kenya, now gets to enjoy his moment. He's going to be on the top spot of the Riyadh podium for 2024. The champion, the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2024, Wilfred Kira Keegan. And it is a new lifetime best for the Kenyan. Fantastic lifetime best also for the runner-up, Abe Tullahan. What a fantastic run. Inside 2 hours and 9 minutes for the first time for the Ethiopian athlete. Thought he might come out on top at one point, but it wasn't meant to be for the victory. But he is going to be on the podium in that second spot. But the champion at the Riyadh Marathon 2024, Wilfred Kira Keegan, a fantastic performance, fantastic victory, and it's a win for Kenya as Tullahan takes out a picture. I think it's a family member that was tucked behind his bib for the race itself, and well done to him. Absolutely brilliant piece of distance running for the runner-up spot. Who is going to take the third spot on the podium? There were some tired legs out there, some big performance. And now Desta in the elite women's race, as the half marathon are coming towards 30 minutes of running out on the course. 2 hours and 10 minutes. It is Nist Mahala Desta, 2:27, fourth here last year. And I tell you what, she is stepping it up She's in third place at the moment. There you go. No, second place, because it is Bourdain who's leading at the moment. Beruta Harper Bourdain. Bourdain is on her race number, but also known as Beruta Harper, the Ethiopian 2:21 lifetime best, is in first place with just the male pacer, Daddy, who's taking her through these latter stages. But is the athlete that finished second last year, who's trying to close that gap. Desta, but I don't think Desta's going to get back in contention with the fastest lady in the field. So this is going to form. Koech, I think, has got over the line for third. I'm getting, I think, confirmation. Philip Koech, I think, took third place. A shade over 2 hours and 11 minutes. So he was there or thereabouts. But I think Koech maybe has got over. We'll see if we can get an update on Tekiko's finish in his debut. But Daddy there signalling to Bourdain, who's got the arm warmers on still and running very, very strongly in these latter stages. So probably around about 16 minutes, 15, 16 minutes of running. So she's into the last 5 kilometers here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. And been a really significant move. She does have the luxury of a pacer alongside her, so she's not on her own out there. Is there anything that Nist, Malene, Desta can do? And that's a big lifetime best on the screen. Anouar El Gourez, the Moroccan, who collapses to the ground, 2:12. And I think either 4th or 5th place. So he was dropped early from that lead group. So big lifetime best. Abu Dhabi was where he set his lifetime best, I think 5 years ago now. So that's a long time to go without a lifetime best. But I tell you what, significant performance there for the Moroccan. And a significant performance on the screen right now. Bourdain, who looks like she is potentially on her way. So the 24-year-old celebrates her birthday in a couple of months' time. Is looking very relaxed, very smooth, and almost, I think, pulling away with every foot strike. And I wonder how far the pacer will go, or whether the pacer has been instructed to even go the whole way. He's got an official race number on as well, so has the option of going the full distance. So the half marathon runners are now 33 minutes in, so they're over halfway in the men, coming towards that halfway mark in the women's. So again, we will try and get some info on that, because again, we got some cracking races in prospect over the one lap course here in Riyadh. We've had a bit of drizzle, had a bit of rain, seems to have dried off now. A little look over the shoulder, that's the first little sign of fatigue maybe from Bourdain, who's just probably starting to feel it now. As she knows she's probably around about 12, 13 minutes away from the finishing line. But it's not knowing whether there's any attack from behind. You can hear the breathing rate. It's a unforgiving distance, the marathon, and fatigue will be kicking in now. But is there any way that anyone could do any damage from behind? I think given her quality, given her pedigree as well, I don't think that she's going to get caught. I said right at the beginning of the show, world under-18 champion in the 1500 meters in 2015. So I think that's absolutely phenomenal. So 9 years on, so she's going to be potentially on the top spot of this superb World Athletics elite level road race. And that's longevity, that's going through the age groups, and that's something that should be really celebrated. Because as we saw in the men's race with Tullahan coming through the World Juniors himself, not all athletes that we see in those events actually make it to senior level. So the fact they've had 2 of them today, I think that should be really celebrated. And if you want role models, and obviously this event with elites wants to inspire the next generation. So, and I'm sure seeing talented juniors going through to becoming talented seniors. And again, almost a full body swivel there. We saw it successfully done by the men's champion, Wilfred Keegan. But I tell you what, Bellator there, Bourdain almost swiveled all the way round. And I don't think she will see anyone coming too close to her. I think that is Desta a little bit further down the road. And I think we can almost catch up with our elite men's champion very, very shortly. And that'll be Wilfred Kira Keegan, the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2024. As we're almost ready to speak to Wilfred, on your screen could be the elite women's champion for 2024. Bellator Bourdain, who is still working those lungs and still staying right on pace, 2 hours and 17 minutes. So into the last 2 miles in this elite women's race. Now let's catch up with our elite men's champion.
Okay, so congratulations for your great victory today. How did you manage to win? Can you describe a little bit the race, please?
The race was good, course was good, everything is good, Riyadh Marathon is good. I am happy for that.
Can you describe a bit the atmosphere during the race? It was a funny race, or it was tough today?
No, it was a good race, good course, little training, but it's okay.
What about the chrono? It's a good time for you? Is it fast, or was it your goal?
Yeah, it's my PP.
Oh, it's your personal record today?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, are you going to make a great party for that?
Yeah, I'm going.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from Wilfred Keegan himself. It was good, and I think we're going to say it was great. And yeah, he obviously was delighted with that personal best. And interesting, he mentioned the rain. So there is kind of a belief in Kenya that if it's raining, they don't even go out for a run. But not a lot you can do when it rains midway through a marathon. But yeah, that was a superb bit of smiling and happiness and joy there from Wilfred Kira Keegan, the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2024. And would love to have him back here next year to defend that title. And I'm sure he'll be looking at where else he can also go to continue his rich reign of form and continue to take some more time off that lifetime best. So 2 hours and 19 minutes, not gonna be a lifetime best today for Bourdain. That 2:21 back from 2018 in Frankfurt. But you can see the pain. But this for her would be about getting the top spot of the podium today. Healthy prize money, great World Athletics points as well, and an opportunity then. A few more doors could open to even a few more road race possibilities, as Danny the pacer is still there. Tell you what, he's I think he's going to go the whole distance right now, and he looks pretty comfortable having done it. So look at that, that is a great side-on shot. The power, the pace, going past that 19-kilometre mark that we saw earlier, that our
leaders in the men went past, so they know that they're within 2 kilometers now. A little talk, a little chat between Danny the pacemaker. That is the luxury of having a men's pacemaker from the same country as well. I wonder whether they know each other. They could well be from the training group, training setup as well. And hugely beneficial, but all within the rules. All beneficial if you have that type of setup as well. But also you've got to be good enough to go with the pacer and maintain it as well. So lots of hard miles, lots of high altitude training, high intensity interval training, long runs, and also a few recovery runs thrown in there as well. So some smart training, just given the conveyor belt of Ethiopians that have just absolutely smashed it. Tisto Safa, obviously the world record holder, that 2:11.53 in Berlin, moving the women's record to another planet altogether. So Bourdain's lifetime best 2:21 in 2018, and that was super high on the all-time list. As she won't be worried about times today. All it's about now is maintaining her form, obviously staying with the lead vehicle, but it is even more busy now, more lapped runners. This is a peak kind of time of those going through their 1 lap of the marathon course, and therefore the lead vehicle has to weave its way through, as does our elite women's pacemaker Daddy alongside him. Badatu Harper Bourdain is the leader in this elite women's race. Nist Mahal Desta was in 2nd place, but again wasn't closing that gap. That gap was staying as big as it was probably for the last 5 or 6 kilometers, and she was on her own as well, whereas Bourdain has the luxury of the pacemaker. But you can hear her lungs working. You can hear she's a little bit lighter on her feet, but you can still hear the carbon shoes reacting off that ground. And she will know the very welcome sight on her watch very shortly of 1 kilometer of running. And then she can probably start to relax a little bit. She knows the course record is gone. That's not going to go. The 2:24 mark is safe for this year. So that's something probably for next year to be attacked. So Omar Mazvat was winning time last year, 2:24.29, will survive, but it's about the win. It's about the top spot on the podium. And then it'll be about recovery and about what's the next marathon to run. So on to the shoulder of the pacer again. Bit of music on the side. That could distract her from the pain of the last 2 kilometers. An aerial shot, whether that gives us an idea of the gap to the chasers behind. Does show a little bit of the breeze out there that's kind of hidden by our cameras on close proximity of the runners. But that aerial shot definitely shows that there's a little bit of breeze out there. Unless that's from the helicopter, but I think that's a fixed camera. No, it's a fixed camera. So, there's the shot, the lead vehicle flashing its way through the streets here, heading back down for the last few turns towards the Kingdom Arena again, and that long finishing straight that the athletes can enjoy, and obviously take them towards that finishing gantry, towards that finishing tape, and towards being able to rest up. So more music, more bands. There's been some great fancy dress out on the course. Been very impressed with that, great noise. So this is the much anticipated turn, the final turn into the home straight. Benato, Harper, Bourdain is into the home straight. She can relax, she can cruise a little bit now. She's on her way towards the finishing line. Little look at the watch, almost a smile. The pacemaker maintains his way at the front of the race. He's paced 26 miles, 42 kilometers. And I think his job might be done now as he just moves to the side. It's a thumbs up from him. It's a thumbs up from us. Bourdain is on her way towards the title for 2024. It's going to be outside her lifetime best. It's going to be outside the course record, but she will not care one bit because it's going to be the top spot of the podium. It's going to be a fantastic performance. It's been a hard-fought victory. Just a few kilometers ago, there were 8 athletes right in contention, but now it's down to one 24-year-old from Ethiopia can enjoy the moment. Let's hope the pacemaker peels away so she gets to enjoy her moment as she crosses the finishing line. Baratu Harper Bourdain is into the home straight. The champion for 2024 in the Riyadh Marathon from Ethiopia. Baratu Harper Bourdain is the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2024, and almost a stumble across the line. Oh, that was fatigue in the latter stages, but well done to her coaching team, her training partners, her management. That's a big victory, and that's a very, very hard-fought victory as well. Desta, I think, is going to come over for second. She almost closed the gap very well at the end. Big, big run. That's just outside her lifetime best. That's going to be very close to her, 2:27.41. So the former Dublin champion is second today, 4th last year. Couple of spots higher up the podium, or onto the podium, I should say. Couple of spots higher up the finishing order, onto the podium for Desta. Who's going to take 3rd place? Keep an eye out. Who's going to take the 3rd place? So follow Bourdain, follow Desta onto the podium. Not far. I can hear the announcer giving a shout out. I think it is going to be the late addition to the field, Jebsa. It is coming across the line, 2:28.44. We're in 64. Jebsa there, a top finish outside her lifetime best as well, but a late addition and a podium finish for the athlete that was 4th in Barcelona this year and 3rd in Riyadh. Fantastic running. Also makes it an Ethiopian 1-2-3. Again, underlying and strengthening their depth in elite distance running, and especially over the marathon. Beneda there, Tiggs Beneda, and she's just outside her lifetime best, 2:28, so 2:29 for 4th place, as the elite half marathon men are 49 minutes into their race. You can see the race clock on the left-hand side of the screen, 49 minutes and 30 seconds coming up. One of our early leaders, Gladys Chamutai, good running, early leader with those blue locks, and that's a lifetime best for her. Delighted for her. Early leader, and nice to see athletes rewarded with lifetime bests after working so hard for so long. Fantastic piece of running there. and also a top 5 finishing performance as well. But, she'll be absolutely delighted with that performance. So here on screen is the highlight of the elite men's marathon here, the Riyadh Marathon, the 3rd edition. Wilfred Kira Keegan, he had a chance to enjoy the moment. It's a new lifetime best, and top spot on the podium for 2024. And in the women's race, Berdain had a chance to enjoy the home straight. It was hard work, but the Riyadh Marathon champion for 2024, even with a last stumble across the line, taking the title and an embrace with Desta there. So next up, we can't wait to see the finishers in the elite men's and elite women's half marathon fields. We've had some superb races over the last 2 years, over the half marathon. And are we going to see likewise this year? Kibawatt, Kelvin Kibawatt, I think he's one of the early leaders. We got the update out on the course. So they're inside probably the last 10 minutes of running now. And there on the screen, and it is Kibawatt, almost on cue, almost as if he heard me. And there he is, the athlete that's he's got a 60-14 lifetime best in Prague 2023. So 60-52 in Valencia in October. Guess what position that gets you? That gets you 20th position. And it is the Ethiopian athlete with him, Tezegay Kiranu Reda, who is the athlete that is on his shoulder. He's the 59-49 lifetime best. And he's running very well. And again, how close to 60 minutes can we get today? I think it's going to be fascinating to see these two athletes, how close they go to that 60-minute mark. And they're looking very relaxed. The rain is long gone here. There's a slight pause in the transmission there. And there's a lot going on. But that Antrim Coast half marathon performance, 4th place in 2023 for Kiranu, who has Reda on his sight there, on his bib, as we saw in sight just recently, as more athletes fly across that finishing line in the marathon. There'll be some disappointing runs in there as well. There'll be some that don't make it to the finishing line as well. That is just the nature of the half marathon and marathon, even more so with the marathon. And it can be unforgiving. And a few tired bodies hanging on to the barriers, and a few big smiles. Berdain there looks absolutely delighted. She looks really happy, and so she should. Brilliant bit of running, dominant bit of running. As in we're seeing Kelvin Kibawatt, Kelvin Kiptum, the marathon specialist. So Kelvin's a good name for a fast runner right now. And 27:29 in the Adi Dazzler 10K in April, so last year. And he is starting to pull away, as again, I think we've just lost that feed. No, back in again. And Kibawatt is pulling away now from Tezegay Kiranu Reda. And I don't think that gap is going to be closed now, as I make it around about almost 55 minutes. So not far from going into the last mile of running. And there, our leader on the screen, 13 kilometers was 38:53. Kibawatt, Reda, Kimoto, Olana and Morella were the top 6 athletes. Just 39 seconds separated them at 13 kilometres. But if that time is right, then it's probably more towards the 62-minute mark than it is the 60-minute mark. And as in, I don't think they have a pacer in this race. So it is much more of a race out there, which would mean that, yeah, those athletes, it is about positions, is about making sure that they race correctly. So I think we can head for an interview almost with the women's elite marathon champion here at Riyadh. Madain is down there, I think, ready to talk to our team down on the finishing line. And again, those fantastic performances from our Kenyan and Ethiopian athletes being very well celebrated. And the elite men on the screen in the half marathon, chasing last year's time, 62.35. Bernard Kameli from Abel Chebet, just 1 second separating them, 62.35, and that's, I think on my calculations, a similar time that we're operating in right now. And I tell you what, continuing to pull away, and this now is, barring disaster, is going to be maybe a fairly comfortable, surprisingly comfortable victory for Kibawat, as he has marathon runners that are on their first lap for company, as well as you can see the construction that's going on so many places here in Riyadh. 7.6 million people live here, so so much infrastructure needed to cope with those masses of people and an influx of people each year. But it is Kibawat who's, look at that, what speed he's running off the ground. Half marathon running at full speed is just so impressive, because you look at the time and you're thinking they're running almost towards an hour of running. But then when you think the marathon world record by his namesake Kelvin Kipton is now 60 minutes twice, with almost, or there is no recovery, but almost sub 60 minutes twice. That shows you just how absolutely phenomenal, plus bonkers, the current world records are, and they're not going anywhere. They're not going to change. They're only going to keep getting faster with Kelvin Kipton, almost at the start of his career. But Kibawat, talented athlete, and I don't think I've got him in front of me having run a marathon yet, so I think he looks like he's set for a good marathon. He's a beautiful mover off the ground, very efficient, very light, but also powerful. Look at that. That's a great shot. I tell you what, thumbs up to the filming team, the camera team out there today. We've had some wonderful running shots from front, side on, behind. It's been a pleasure watching these runners at the speed they have, because they have been flying off the ground. I think in the elite women's, Betty Kibet is at the front with Berkakan Sura, I think, is the leading women at the front. I think there's 4. I'm getting an update of that in the elite women's race, but I tell you what, there is no one in sight of Kibawat right now. Kelvin Kibawat is maintaining things, and he is absolutely flying. The 23-year-old is right at the beginning of his running journey, and there's the split screen, and there's the leaders in the elite women's half marathon. Sura is there. It looks like it's a Chebet, yes, Emily Chebet, the vastly experienced Emily Chebet, who is right there, and at 37 in the orange singlet, a former world cross-country champion back in 2010, so 8th in the World Championships in 2007, so she's seen the emergence of super shoes and everything in between, and she's still here. Fantastic running, and she's right in that mix. That's great to see. Betty Chebet, the fastest woman in the field, 66.37 from Rome in 2021. 8th in the Kenyan 10,000 meter championships, and she's also a successful junior, having transitioned from 6th in the World Junior Championships and also a 4th in the World Junior Steeplechase Championships back in 2016. So this year over half marathon, she was out in South Africa breaking the, I think it was the course record at the Nelson Mandela half marathon. So great to see her right in this group and tucked right in there. So Berkan Sura is the Ethiopian in there. So 67.44. So I think she was, on my information, 7th in Delhi this year, but only 72 minutes. But she ran 67.44 in the Ali Dazzler half marathon. And she's another junior to have come through World Juniors, 4th in the 3,000 metre World Juniors. So again, these Ethiopian athletes are translating to seniors. They've obviously got a good model there where they're able to transition and develop and support those, as maybe Sura and Kibet maybe just starting to get away from the athlete chasing behind Chibet. Now into what must be the home straight. Yes, into the home straight on cue. The leader, Kelvin Kibawat, he's going to be outside his lifetime best. 60.14 from Prague this year, or last year I should say, 2023. But this calendar year, but he's into the home straight. So he's going to be, I think, inside 62 minutes. So he's going to be faster than Kameli's winning time from 12 months ago. It's going to be much faster than the winning time in 2024. That was Tip Rotich's 64.05. But this is a dominant piece of running. I think he's going to be just a shade outside 62 minutes. But Kelvin Kibawat is still pushing for the line. He's flying towards it now. He's got around about 100 meters. He can probably enjoy the moment. He's moved away from Tezage Kadanu Rana, the champion over the half marathon distance for 2024 from Kenya is going to be Kelvin Kibawat, just over 62 minutes. Fantastic bit of running, 62.30 unofficially, so marginally faster than 12 months ago. Kelvin Kibawat, the champion for half marathon for 2024.
Again, keep your eyes on the finish line, ladies and gentlemen. The second place of the half marathon with 21 kilometers.
As our elite women, the three are locked in battle here. This is going to be a fascinating last 6, 7, 8 minutes of running. We think they're operating in inside 70-minute pace. And it looks as if Sura and Chibet are still trying to break away from Chibet. But whether they can close that gap or get back is going to be very, very interesting to see. So I think coming up on screen shortly is going to be the marathon full listings, as the results have been confirmed by the timing team. And the latter stages of the elite women's half marathon, probably 2-3 meters separating first to second to third. And it is Sura now starting to push on. So only 19 years of age, the 19-year-old is running so well. Berkan Welder Sura is battling now for the win, for the victory, as I think that's our top three in the elite men's. I'm not sure who did get second in the end. You can see Kemato down there, John Kemato. I think they're in the sky blue, but Sura, the 19-year-old, keep an eye out for this name. If you don't know it already, I think this is one of the next, and I say next because there are a few more coming through as well, of Ethiopian great distance runners. And this again is a super talented runner and someone that is already featured on the world stage, fourth in the World Juniors in 2022, and that was as a 17-year-old, and now at 19. Look at that beautiful form off the ground. Chebet is the athlete, Emily Chebet, the other end of the spectrum at 37. So it's a 19-year-old being chased by 37. That's why I love this sport. Absolutely great to see. Age is but a number. The distance is the leveler. The training is the important thing. And I tell you what, it is youth versus experience. But again, what a side-on shot of being relaxed at speed, but having real power off the ground as well. If you took away the fact that that's a road, that could almost be a track with the speed that the leader Surah is moving off the ground there. Compact arm movement. That's one thing you do always see with the Ethiopians, is always a very rhythmical arm carriage. I've often spoken to their coaches about it, and they work a lot on form, a lot on technique, a lot on rhythm, a lot on drills, and it pays off. And maybe that's why a lot of their juniors transition to seniors, the level of detail to technique. And you only have to look at the very best of Ethiopian distance runners. There's so many very, very good movers off the ground, very efficient runners. But the race is still on. Chebet is trying to bring Chebet. The two Kenyans are trying to close the gap. But given that side-on view of how well the leader Surah looked, I'm not sure she's going to get caught at the moment. It's been a dominant display, coming to just over 67 minutes of running. So not far from making the left-hand turn with that distinctive finishing line in sight. Down the Al Isman Sold Faisal Road, which will be so welcome, even over the half marathon distance. And look at that, it is growing and growing. Chebet now has dropped back to third. Chebet has moved in to second. That's Betty Chebet has moved into second. Birkan Welde Surah is the leader. And unless anything can happen from Chebet behind, or Chebet, our leader is out there. And still our masses are out there in the half marathon and marathons. They've got a lot of running to go. So we do hope they're staying hydrated. We hope they're enjoying the sounds, the sights out there. Now 20 kilometers coming up on the screen. So we are going to be outside 70 minutes. The pace had dropped a little bit in the middle stages. So that's 20 kilometers in 67:10. So the course record is going to be safe, but it is going to be about the victory here. It's been a good race, good battle between Surah, Chebet and Chebet, but it is going to be Birkan Welde Surah on her way, because the form and technique she's showing in these latter stages is just so quick, so powerful. So a 32-minute 10K in Spain a few months ago, but she looks like she's getting back into very, very good shape. And again, that blip in Delhi, 72 minutes in Delhi for 7th place, that will be long gone forgotten after this performance today. Top spot in the half marathon. I don't think there's any chance of her being caught behind. And I think she's going to be just over 70 minutes. But she can definitely enjoy this finishing straight. Definitely enjoy this moment. And getting some good cheers on the side by those spectating as into the very closing stages of the elite women's half marathon here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. Fantastic speed, fantastic pace. Berkran Walde Surah is going to take the title, just over 70 minutes. Look at that speed. Fantastic running by Surah, the champion for 2024 over the half marathon. Emily Chebet for second, just ahead of Betty Kebet. It's a Kenyan 2-3, but the champion, Surah from Ethiopia, is the half marathon champion for 2024. That was a very good race. You could see that by the speed that all three of the athletes came down that long home straight. And Surah there, you can see a little bit of fatigue there, but I'm sure she'll be absolutely delighted with that.
Another finisher, ladies and gentlemen, from the athletes getting closer to the finish line of the third edition of the Riyadh Marathon.
So awaiting the fourth place finisher, as the entourage, the managers and the support teams are just making sure that everyone is looked after, everyone gets to presentation. And there's another finisher in the elite women's race. Fantastic bit of running. I think that was Amasu, so I should say. So another Ethiopian finisher. Brilliant running, brilliant to see.
Another finisher is getting closer to the finish line. Here we are. Now that's you with the camera. Yes,
I tell you what, it's been a brilliant morning here so far in Riyadh. We've had two very, very worthy elite women and elite men's marathon champions in Wilford Keegan in the men's. Brilliant win by Barata Burdane in the women's. And then we just had those eagerly anticipated half marathons, Kelvin Kibawat and the Berkran Surah coming out on the top spots over the half marathon distance. So the action's still going to keep coming here, thick and fast. The 10-kilometer distance, which even more masses go over, as well as the family fun run, 4 kilometers, which I'm sure will be competitive at the front, where some of the youngsters try and spin their legs over the always enjoyable 4K. As the organisers are doing such a great job here. It's a busy working puzzle here. Obviously, this is such a busy city with so much business and travel going on, and closing major city roads and navigating over 20,000 runners is far from an easy thing to do. But I tell you what, they've done it so successfully so far. As the I think that's the start line of the 10K. So the runners getting themselves ready for what will be a quicker and even more, I won't say enjoyable, because I'm pretty sure everyone out there is enjoying any of their half marathon or marathon races, but it's definitely going to be shorter. So we're going over 10 kilometers, 6.2 miles. And again, even more masses. The distance does open itself up for that. The winners 12 months ago, Mohammed Osmand, the Somalian, 31.37, just 3 seconds from Hassan Falata, the local athlete, who was leading for much of it, just got closed down at the end. And wouldn't the local organisers love a local victory? Coach there on the screen. That's how hard sometimes running hits you. So I think that's from the marathon earlier. Coach, I think, was 3rd place. Unless that's one of our half marathon finishers wearing the same singlet, it could well be. That's a bit of cramp going on right there. Oh, always wonder whether that works, stretching the legs out like that. You often see the footballers doing it. I don't know how much it really helps, but I think, yeah, taking his shoes off, and oh, that's a painful sight.
What a wonderful finish over here. There we go. Another champion touching down the finish line.
So now with the dual timers, we've got the race clock for the marathon on the right-hand side, half marathon on the left.
Wonderful job, great job.
So difficult to know if someone's finished in the marathon or the half marathon. So, and there is the finish of the half marathon. Kibawatt, fantastic run, 62:30. Kelvin Kibawatt, what a dominant last kilometre, or dominant last mile, and then brilliant running in the women's. A controlled effort, chased down at the end, but not to be caught. Surah taking the half marathon title, and what a brilliant bit of action so far we've had. The Kingdom Arena is still very, very busy with numbers, and there's the results of the half marathon on the screen. Kelvin Kibawatt, so the 32:30 clock in there. Ganadu Reda there in 2nd, and still waiting for confirmation of 3rd place finish. But Gamato was, I thought in 3rd maybe, but coming up as 4th place there with 63:23. And there's the elite women's results. Surah, 70 minutes, 21 seconds. Quebec, 70 minutes and 35 from Quebec. 70 minutes and 36. Again, we'll wait for confirmation of those official results, because it looked like Quebec may have come over the line just in front of Quebec, and they could well be the chip times. And look at that, the masses are still right there, getting ready for their different distances. The 10K coming up next, and then the 4K family fun run to finish.
Big shout outs over here to Kuwait.
The organisers will be absolutely delighted with the sheer numbers and volume of runners internationally as well. Over 120 nations represented in over 20,000 runners. And remember, this has been a real project of the Saudi Sports for All Federation, along with the Ministry of Sport, using the newly constructed Kingdom Arena, and just getting the word out there. Obviously, huge numbers of local residents. It's 61%, I think, took part last year. And just getting even more people out there on the streets being active, but also over the last couple of days in the event village as well. So getting people active, well-being, and enjoying their physical activity is a real key message here in the Kingdom. And there, the race results from the Riyadh Marathon 2024 for elite men. Wilfred Keegan coming out on top, 2:8:39 in a new lifetime best. Telahan, Ethiopia, fantastic run. And El Gouaz was in 3rd place, 2:10:37 for the Moroccan. He'll be delighted with that, massive lifetime best. So it's Kenya from Ethiopia from Morocco. And there's the elite women's results. Verdanes 2:27.20, Desta 2:27.48, and Jebsa 2:28.44 completes the podium finishers in the Riyadh Marathon 2024. And it sounds like we've got 10 minutes or just under 10 minutes away from the start of the 10K. So again, things working like clockwork here. So most events, it's a struggle sometimes to put the one event on just the marathon or the half marathon, but going through multiple distances here, it makes sense with the infrastructure, makes sense with the lap course, with the different logistics that take place. The 10K route past north of the city, passing the Wonder Garden and Boulevard World. And then the 4K after that will fill the gap in between the course between that and the half marathon. So last minute preparations, and again, catch your breath if you've enjoyed the marathon and half marathon so far. It's been an absolute privilege to bring them to you, and hopefully we've been able to showcase what have been some absolutely superb races so far, but also a real celebration of sport and physical activity, seeing so many people being out active on this early Saturday morning. So Central European time, it's now 7:42, so now coming to 9:42 out in the Kingdom. There's smiles all round, personal bests, first time across finishing lines over the marathon and half marathon distances for some, and a chance to reflect as well. And the volunteers you can see wearing the blue t-shirts. Again, events like this would not be possible without the marshals, without the volunteers, those manning the water stations, the drink stations. They play an absolutely fundamental part, as in do all the sponsors and all the partners that have been celebrating in the Kingdom Arena, in the race village the last couple of days. Again, it's been a festival of sport and physical activity over the last few days. And again, this event is only going to grow stronger and stronger into 2025. So we expect even deeper fields as the World Athletics Elite label status grows. And I know race organisers would love next year to attack those course record performances out on the marathon and half marathon distances. But I'm excited next to this 10K. It was more of a local affair last year, and it was definitely a battle of some of the more local runners. And again, getting themselves ready on that start line, get themselves prepared. I can see a few pacing flags as well in there. Again, I wonder how the pacing flags have done out in the half marathon. Hopefully they've got people to those lifetime bests, or they're getting them to those lifetime bests. Same in the marathon as well.
Another finisher. I don't know if you can hear me, but you definitely delivering the energy.
And I'm loving the energy of the finishing line announcer. So he's going to be there for many hours to come. That's never an easy gig either. So he's doing a great bit of job to keep the energy and keep the runners cheered on. So I think right-hand finish will be a half marathon finisher, if I'm right. Oh, a little skip across the line. I always think that's a bit risky doing that, given the chances of cramp. I don't think there's any chance I would do that. Just to risk a tweak of a hamstring or a calf in that final bit, but good for him.
We're still here receiving the positive vibes from the finishers. At the finish line, we've got 5191 touching down the finish line.
A nice bit of interaction between the runners there.
Wonderful job, everyone. Thank you very much. Big thanks to our staff
So high fives. I think they're wearing the same club vests, and there's a real unity to running. It's something that whatever level, whatever your ability, whatever your background, whatever your aims for the future, it's a real leveler. And it's a real great opportunity to meet people and socialise. So if this has inspired you to get out running, then find your own local running club, or make your way out to the Kingdom, or if you're in the Kingdom, then get on that start line. February 2025. If you're just starting your running journey, start with the 4K. If you're into a running journey, run the 10K. If you're experienced and want to test yourself further, run the half marathon. If you're looking for the ultimate challenge in human spirit and human ability, then run the marathon. And look at that, that's a great shot. And look at the infrastructure in relation to parking, the organisation. That's what you want when you turn up to a major city marathon, is the ability to park. And then obviously find your car and make your way out at the end of it. Never easy with 20,000+ runners and that beautiful skyline of the skyscrapers. Such an affluent city. And such a well-supported event. And the energy here of our 10K runners is next. A few smiles. I think possibly around about 5 minutes. Or maybe slightly less.
Ladies and gentlemen, athletes and enthusiasts, welcome to Riyadh Marathon, a celebration of strength and endurance. The spirit of crimson. We have got an incredible 20,000 runners and ready to embark on this sporting journey. It is an absolute pleasure to have each and every one of you here turning Riyadh into a vibrant sea of excitement. سيداتي وسادتي، عدنا مرة أخرى. الرياضيين والأبطال، ضيوفنا الكرام، مرحبا.
And again, that was great noise on that finishing line, or start line, as they're building up. Sub 90-minute running this for these half marathon runners, so very, very respectable running. And their eagerly anticipated start of the 10K. Oh, wow. Giant beach balls being pumped around. It's like a festival, like a carnival here. And that's exactly what it should be. This is great. If this is your first race and you're turning up, what a great way to distract you from what's coming up. These giant beach balls that are flying around. Not sure how heavy they are if they hit you directly on the head, but looks fairly fun. Look at that. It's a brilliant atmosphere here. Well done to the organisers, making it so engaging. Oh, almost took the security guard out. So that's someone showing that we run. I think that must be a club or organisation. So big smiles for them. So another finisher. And here's the cheers. Here's the anticipation of the 10K.
500, 5,700, 7,000. And another lady touching down. Wonderful job, great job, great job. Great job to all the finishers. You can see the flags that are representing the finishers.
So you can see on the race clocks, 3 hours and 10 minutes on the marathon clock. 90 minutes on the half marathon clock. So a lot of very good club runners now crossing the line here in the marathon and half marathons. There's a Kuwait rest there. There's going to be a few tired legs out there. You're going to need a few sports massages, a little bit of hydration. As we are moments away from the start of the 10K here. South Africa are in the house, as well as over 120 other nations. The 10K is more like a party than a race right now. And there you can see the beach balls flying around. You can see the feather flags. And it looks like a little bit of drizzle as well. So just to cool down temperatures if we didn't need that again. We had drizzle during the marathon. It did seem to ease off a little bit. And now the drizzle is back. But I tell you what, that's not an issue. That will cool down some of these runners, especially for the marathon runners that have been out there a fair whack of time. So just get an update. Sounds this is 8 minutes. It's going to be 8 o'clock Central European time, so 10 o'clock start for the 10K. So we are just 8 minutes away from that start of the 10K. That visual showing the map that these 10K runners are going to be taking their way through the streets of Riyadh again. And the fast 10K course here. And it looks to pass Wonder Garden, Boulevard World. And hopefully not too slippy underfoot. We did see that in the elite men's race where I don't know whether too many of these will be wearing Magic Carbon shoes in this 10K, but you never know. So I think a last minute, very little last minute warm-ups going on here, more just last minute preparations to try and stay dry.
We've got a group entrance over here at the finish line. Here we go. Yes.
But again, massive thank you to those volunteers and marshals out there. They'll be getting a little bit wet out on the course as well. So we hope they are staying as dry as possible, or as warm as possible. But what a fantastic lot of performances. There's one of our paces in. 21-kilometre paces over the half marathon distance. The still finishes come down across the finishing line. Coming up to just over 5 minutes away from the 10K start. As the other view I've got is the masses filling out of the Kingdom Arena. So well marshalled into the start pen area. So some brilliant shots on the cameras. So again, thank you to the camera team for their superb aerial shots, the shots out on the race course as well. Been absolutely phenomenal. So there you go, there's the 5 minutes call.
Start giving your thoughts in your mind. to be the next champion of Riyadh Marathon.
Just try and soak up some of the atmosphere with the local announcer out there and the sea of runners. And great to see so many different international flags out there, as well as many locals. So last-minute preparations for this 10K, the third of the events to start today. So early this morning, our marathon runners went on their journey. Still many of the marathon runners are going to be out there for a good few hours to go. That was followed by the half marathon. Both of those distances have elite men's and elite women's that set off fractionally before both the mass fields. But then the 10K, just one start line, one start gun time. And then we are off. It's a great day to have a great day. I think we all agree with that, even with the light drizzle coming down. There you go, look at that. Soak that up. To soak the noise and energy of this 10K here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024.
Spirit. There's another finisher of the full marathon. There we go. خط النهاية هنا الإصرار، هنا التحدي، هنا عشاق الأدرينالين. Another finisher. There we go. Of the 4 categories of the third edition of Riyadh Marathon, we have more than 20,000 participants.
So it sounds like 30 seconds away from the start of the 10K. 10 kilometers of distance running, 6.2 miles. The third of this morning's events here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. This is one of the most popular of distances. It's one of the busiest of distances. Tell you what, watch the speed they go out. I wonder whether that cameraman can get out of the way in time. Oh, wow. Took his life in his own hands then. I think some of the runners think they're Usain Bolt rather than a long-distance runner but I'm pretty sure, I'm not a betting man, but some of their speeds will decrease after about the first 100 metres. And then the leaders then will come to the fore. Remember the 31-minute winning mark last year. Again, anticipating very similar this year. There's some good, strong youngsters in this race, or some good, strong club runners who we anticipate to be around about the 5-minute mile mark, which is around about 3:10 per kilometre. There are a few clubs that a few bragging rights on the line. And could well be Mohammed Osman in there again. So I think he might be in with that green and white vest. But the winner 12 months ago. Now it has settled down. I don't see too many of those that sprinted off now in the leading group. Looks like it is a little bit more controlled. And there are multiple waves in this 10K. So they'll be setting them off at various times, just bringing them forward and then setting them off just to keep it safe. There's that many that they've just got to manage the numbers, which is absolutely brilliant. Very, very impressive to see the sheer numbers here. And support and cheering that we've had course side so far. And two runners already starting to pull clear. I think one of them might be Osman from last year, the defending champion. As the masses, some of those running 10K for the first time. Some come prepared with their rain jackets, others not so much, but still fairly warm, 16 degrees, so they should be absolutely fine. So a quick start in this 10K. And we're through a kilometre, and it's just over 3 minutes, so yes, it's definitely gone out quicker than 12 months ago. Little look over the shoulder. Still getting some great shots of those crossing a line. And big, big smiles. Almost smiles. It looks very, very painful. Very, very painful for some. But I tell you what, absolutely worth it. Having secured a personal best, just finishing is a huge achievement. And there, more masses on the start line, getting ready for another wave of the 10K. As our top wave, fastest wave, are out there right now. And two athletes with a slight gap to those behind. And another wave on their way. Oh, great work there by that official. Wow. I think we've got a hidden steeplechaser in our midst. So our two leaders in this 10K starting to pull clear. We'll try and get an update of their names if possible, because they've only got bib numbers on the screen. So if we do get a chance for a caption to recognise who these two athletes are that are going very well. Wonder whether the athlete on the left could be Mohammed Osman, who was the champion 12 months ago. Very similar running style. So past 2 kilometres, over 6 minutes of running. Still a good duel between these two. So 10K, obviously a mix between endurance, so having that half marathon engine, but also needing speed, good bit of 5K speed in the legs as well. As our masses, they won't be so concerned about 5K speed in the legs. Run with an umbrella, why not? They'll just be concerned with getting through the journey, getting through the distance, and enjoying what is a festival of fitness, well-being, and just general celebration of being out and healthy, which is so important, and obviously something that very keen to promote here. Inspiring the next generation, but also getting those active right now, whatever age, ability. There's no time like the present. And a good shot of the athlete in second, right in the centre of our screen, and you can see the difference in running style. Much lower heel recovery, and almost much less kind of energy in running. That athlete on our left definitely looks more like a marathon runner, as the athlete on our right more accustomed to a track runner. As they go through the early exchanges in this $10-kilometre distance race. It's a fascinating race at the moment, and still the athlete in third hasn't given up. Still trying to chase down, but I think it is between these two. As they are shoulder to shoulder, reminiscent of our elite men's marathon race, where we had Keegan and Tullahan that were just literally next to each other for kilometre after kilometre in that fascinating elite men's race. But Keegan came out on top and absolutely smashed it at the end. So slight grimace now on the early leader. To the right, I think that's Osmond, who's trying to close it, trying to close that gap. As they are racing neck for neck. He's closed that gap successfully. Looking at his watch. They're over 3K in. This is a really good race between these two. That's been the theme of today. It's the one thing as a coach, as an athlete myself, seeing good quality racing has been an absolute privilege. And we've seen that in every distance today, where it's been about tactics, it's been about pacing, and it's really been about performance in the latter stages. So can only say I've been very, very impressed. So good battle in the 10K right now, and possibly the athlete that was in second now just starting to pull away. It could be Mohamed Osmond, I think, maybe the defending champion. A little look over his shoulder, and now the gap has appeared, the gap has opened. And again, difference in technique, a lot of upper body movement, but for that side action, still very efficient off the ground as he makes a turn round. Have a little look and just see the gaps that are starting to appear. And there, the masses coming through for the start of their journey. So a little smile, little signal as the 10K head towards the halfway point. And you can see the rain on the streets still. It's still coming down here. And we know that made it a little bit slippy for some of the elite marathon runners, just given with the shoe technology. Tap, tap, tap. You can hear that noise of the carbon shoes. So again, brilliant work by the camera team here. They're getting so close to our runners. You almost feel you're with them. You feel you're in the race. And the next split, next really important one will be the halfway. And their split screen again just shows the masses. They're still going over the finishing line. Wow. Don't forget 20,000 runners, but over the 4 different disciplines: the marathon, the half marathon, the 10K, and the 4 kilometers. Big, big smiles on a lot of those runners' faces. Many of them heading out on their first ever 10K run. Some of them will be walking, that's fine. Absolutely all relative. And this runner will be absolutely loving this attention with the lead vehicles, and the Fatty's out there on his own in the lead. So I think it's Osman.
Good track. It's fresh today. Good weather. Good.
He even gets a chance to talk to the cameraman. Superb.
Second competition for time in Ethiopia. Running. Ethiopia. Ethiopia? Yes. Running come here now. Okay. Yes.
I was trying to make out what he was saying then. Fascinating.
En fait, je pense après on peut passer directement sur la masse. Et on va juste continuer à le filmer, mais juste en étant un peu plus loin de lui. Voilà, comme ça. Et puis dès qu'on peut.
There, split screen, just showing what's going on in the race village right now. Those finishers just resting, recovering, those friends and family that have been here today, enjoying the sounds and the sights as our marathon runners, half marathon runners are out on the course. I don't think they thought they'd have to be dodging puddles today, but that's exactly what they are doing. As more and more finishers come down to the finishing line. It's starting to get a little bit slippy on that finishing line, I think. And you have to work out as a runner whether you're going to avoid a puddle or whether it's really not worth trying to dodge it. You're going to get wet, just go through it. So again, if you are joining us for the latter stages of this program, this is the Riyadh Marathon 2024. Had two superb races over the marathon and half marathon distances, and it's been a superb morning now, going into the 10K, and then we're going into the 4K fun run that will complete what has been a magical day. As you can see, the dodge of the puddles. And good chatter of runners as they go past as well. So runners on their way to start their 10K journeys. Some of our runners on their way towards the latter stages of their marathon and half marathons. And it looks like some of our 4K runners now start to think about almost lining up ready for their journey over 3.5 miles. Oh, sorry, 2.5 miles, I should say. 2.5 miles. Definitely not 3.5 miles, but yeah, so just shy of 5K for that nice family 4K fun run where everyone is invited. And, runners desperately seeking not to go through that. That's quite a deep puddle, actually. So I think that's why people are choosing not to go through it. Wow. It's not just drizzling here, it's proper raining here now. So 20 minutes after the first of our 10K runners went on their way, still our 10K runners are going on their way out. So many waves.
المشاركين الأبطال والداعمين في ماراثون الرياض 2024 المقدم من البنك الأول. نلتقي اليوم في حفل توزيع جوائز ماراثون الرياض 2024. الحضور الكريم أينما كنتم نستأذنكم بالوقوف للنشيد الوطني. Please stand up for the Saudi anthem. قبل ما ننطلق في رحلة التتويج نشيد بفخر بما تلقاه الرياضة والشباب بدعم لا محدود ومستمر بقيادة مولاي خادم الحرمين الشريفين وأمير الشباب سمو سيدي ولي عهده الأمين، تماشيا لخطط وأهداف رؤية المملكة 2030 ومتابعة مستمرة من صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير عبد العزيز بن تركي الفيصل وزير الرياضة، وأكيد والشكر موصول كذلك لرئيس الاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن وليد سعود. هذا الاتحاد يستحق لقب سفير الرياضة وأمين رسالتها للمجتمع العمرية للوصول حيوي. مع دؤوبة من المدير التنفيذي للاتحاد السعودي للرياضة للجميع الأستاذة شيماء الحسيني. أستأذنكم بالشكر لكم جميعا في وقوف هذه الأجواء، يعطيكم العافية، وإلى جميع المشاركين الذين ساهموا في إنجاح هذه الفعالية ولشركاء النجاح وزارة الرياضة، برنامج جودة الحياة، والاتحاد السعودي لألعاب القوى، واللجنة الأولمبية والبارالمبية العربية السعودية، ومركز الفعاليات الوطني. والشكر للشريك المقدم البنك الأول وشركاء الفعالية مجموعة روشن، A6 أرابيا، شركة بيبسيكو التعاونية، وجينيسيس وشركة العربية، والشركاء الداعمين جي بي مورغان، هيساميتسو، اكتيفيا، لوريال، جي اس كي، كالو، كودو، دلتا سبورت وميدل بيست، والمنظمين في هذه النسخة الاستثنائية اللي شهدت مشاركة أكثر من 20,000 مشارك من مختلف الفئات العمرية اجتمعوا اليوم في عاصمة المملكة العربية السعودية الرياض في ماراثون الرياض 2024 في سباق 42 كيلومتر وسباق 21 كيلومتر وال10 كيلومترات و4 كيلومترات. يعطيكم العافية. الآن خلونا نرحب بصاحب السمو الملكي الأمير خالد بن وليد آل سعود، والرئيس التنفيذي الأستاذة شيماء الحسيني، والأستاذ عمر باتسيا رئيس إدارة التسويق وتجربة العميل من بنك الأول. رجاء من سعادتكم التفضل إلى المسرح لتقديم الجوائز للفائزين.
Yeah, you can hear the rain coming down here. So let's get set to make the presentations of our podium finishers. The 10K now into the latter stages at the very front end. 25, 26 minutes on that race clock. So our leader, I think it's Osman, flying around the streets of Riyadh, and could be on his way to the 10K title.
في سباق الماراثون 42 كيلو الغوثي أنور من المغرب يسلمها له الأستاذ عمر. بتوقيت 2 و10 دقائق و37 ثانية. ألف مبروك. جاء في المركز الثاني تلهاون أبي جاشون من إثيوبيا. فينيش لاين 2 و8 دقائق 50 ثانية يسلمها له الأستاذة شيماء. وفي المركز الأول يأتي كيجن ويلفرد كيروا من كينيا يسلمها له سمو الأمير خالد بن الوليد بتوقيت 2 و8 دقائق و50 ثانية. ألف مبروك. و38 ثانية نعتذر. ألف مبروك جميعا. Congratulations for you all.
So that's the top 3 men being presented. Algarez, Morocco in 3rd place. Talahan, Ethiopian, 2nd. And Wilfred Keegan, the champion. So that was the Kenyan national anthem, of course.
حانت اللحظة لتتويج العداءات الثلاثة الأوائل.
So Keegan's finishing line, heroics, cutting the tape in a new lifetime best. So there are the results of that top 3, just confirming the podium there. Keegan, Talahan and Algarez, the top 3 here at the Riyadh Marathon 2024. All of them new lifetime bests, personal bests for that top 3. Now the women's presentation.
وفي المركز الثاني جاءت ديستا نجس ميلوني من إثيوبيا أيضاً بتوقيت 2 و27 دقيقة و48 ثانية تسلمها لها الأستاذة شيماء. وفي المركز الأول من إثيوبيا أيضاً تفوز بها بدني بدتو هيربا سلمها لها الأمير خالد بتوقيت 2 و27 دقيقة و19 ثانية.
So top 3 there, Jebsa, Desta and Herpa Badain.
ألف مبروك للجميع.
Now it'll be the national anthem of Ethiopia.
ألف مبروك.
Est-ce que tu veux un 20 mm sur le
You're almost there. You're almost here, champion. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for number 51, the runner here.
Badain there coming across the line there. And I think our 10K finisher is moments away from crossing the finishing line, but that's our top three again. Jebsa, Desta and Badain, your top three in the Riyadh Marathon 2024 for elite women. As our 10K finisher, I think is very, very close to the finishing line in around about the 31-minute mark again. So arms out, and I think our 10K finisher is just crossing the finishing line now.
والأستاذ مروان صيداني مدير الإدارة الامتياز التجاري من بيبسيكو. شكرا لكم. Welcome. نستأذن سمو الأمير أستاذة شيماء للتفضل على المسرح كرما. جاهزين؟ نقول أسماء الفائزين الحين؟ يعطيكم العافية. في المركز الثالث، في المركز الثالث من الجنسية الكينية فاز بها كيبوات بونيفاس بتوقيت ساعة و3 دقائق و17 ثانية. ويسلموا الجائزة الأستاذ مروان. أما في المركز الثاني في المركز الثاني فاز بها رضا تسيغاي كيدانو من إثيوبيا، ويسلمها له مستر سي جي. فاز بتوقيت ساعة و3 دقائق و6 ثواني.
Nickel. Foncez là.
والمركز الأول كان النصيب الكيني كيبوات ويسلمها له المهندس وسيم بتوقيت ساعة ودقيقتين و30 ثانية. ألف مبروك. Congratulations to you all.
So that's the presentation for the elite men's half marathon. Kelvin Kibawat taking the top spot. Montezegay Kandu Oreda, the runner-up. Boniface Kibawat was the third place athlete, unidentified earlier, 63 minutes and 17 seconds.
T'es en direct. Pendant qu'ils partent, tu peux les suivre. T'es en direct, t'es en direct, t'es en direct. Tu les raccompagnes. Ok, t'es plus à l'antenne. C'est reparti la vie. Ça veut pas ça. Ah mais non, non, c'est un truc de ouf.
You can still hear the noise of the rain coming down. So it was forecasted, but only for light rains. Wasn't expecting the deluge that we've had and the sheer volume of water. But the splashing of shoes in this water. Hopefully it's cooled down a few bodies out on the course as well. And a few don't feel quite as hot as they could have been over the half marathon and marathon distances. So I still think we've got one more podium to come. I think that's the elite women's half marathon runners. And what a superb morning it's been so far. So many big performances. And
the last of our races to kick off in around about 25 minutes will be the 4K fun run. Wishing all the runners all the very best for that that family affair of kids being active with their parents and everyone else in between.
لتسليم الجوائز للعداءات المحترفات عن فئة النصف ماراثون.
Encore avec toi, Franck.
الفائزة في المركز الثالث لمجموعة النصف ماراثون 21 كيلو هي كبت بيتي شيبكيموا من كينيا بتوقيت ساعة و10 دقائق و34 ثانية. ألف مبروك. وفي المركز الثاني حلت شبت إيميلي من كينيا بتوقيت ساعة و10 دقائق و33 ثانية. أما المركز الأول كان من نصيب الإثيوبية سورا برتوكان ويلدي بتوقيت ساعة و10 دقائق و21 ثانية. ألف مبروك للفائزات. Congratulations.
It's Elite Women's Half Marathon presentation. Bakan Sura, the champion. Emily Chebet was the runner-up, just a second ahead of Betty Chebet, completing the podium in the Riyadh Half Marathon for 2024. And that does conclude our presentations of the marathon. Keegan and Badain taking the titles in the Riyadh Marathon 2024. Kibawat and Sura taking the Riyadh Half Marathon titles. And it's been a superb morning here in Riyadh. Again, congratulations to the organisers, everyone involved. 20,000 runners taking part over the 4 events: the marathon, the half marathon, the 10K, and the forthcoming 4 kilometres. It's been an absolute privilege being on the microphone again. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage of the elite races, and best of luck to all of our finishers crossing the finishing line throughout this morning and into this afternoon. Goodbye.
Smile, you're on camera, my friend. Welcome to the finish line. Here goes the freedom, just like a waving flag. Welcome to the finish line. You guys made it. Up top, high five. Yes. Few more steps, you're almost there. Welcome to the finish line. Wave your flag. Yes, you made it. Welcome to the finish line. Ahsantum, great job. Welcome to the finish line. Here we go. You got Smile, you're the champion. Great job. Great job, Ahsan.
Ah oui, mais tu...
Il y a une petite en fauteuil roulant avec Franck dans 3 secondes. On peut les suivre.
Yes, yes, welcome to the finish line. Watch your steps, you guys made it. There you go. خلاص كده خلصنا يعطيك العافية أحسنت 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 It's been a long day, it's been a long day without you, my friends, and you made it to the finish line. Yeah. Come along, definitely come a long way from where we began. to the finish line. Yes, welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, give them the respect they just earned on the finish line. Put your hands together for our athletes. Great job. Great job. Welcome. You made it. Welcome to the finish line.
You're going to compete, I mean running?
I don't know. Now that it's raining, probably not.
Let's go.
Bro, I don't think we And you brought me back to life. Yeah, you rectified my darkest side.
Devant, ça va être nickel. Ce serait bien qu'ils se mettent pas devant nous.
the third edition of Riyadh Marathon, ladies and gentlemen. We can see the tags. Orange goes for 42 kilometers, gray are standing for 21 kilometers, definitely green are for 10Ks, and we're looking for the first arrival with the blue tag of the 4 kilos. Woo! Welcome to the finish line. You guys made it. Amazing job. And center Marathon. Great job, everyone. Thank you for reaching to the finish line of the third edition of Riyadh Marathon. يعطيكم العافية. أحسنتم يا أبطال. أحسنتم أحسنتم. يلا. 4 كيلومتر.
Somalia. Somalia? Yeah.
حياكم خط النهاية. Salam, you guys made it. Smile, you're a champion. And definitely walk tall. Welcome to the finish line. All the finishers over here at the finish line.
Thank you. عشان